Hey, yo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Boom. There she blows. The link to the podcast is up, pinned above, in case anyone asks, or you want to check it out. Love the music, thank you. I made it myself, just kidding. It's Oblivion, the complete soundtrack. Such a good game, man. Such a good game. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. It's been... Any updates on my gameplay? Oh, as far as Oblivion goes. Well, I closed one of the Oblivion gates, and then I helped get the son who was like a monk or something to the Blades or whatever. And then I went back to my quest for the Thieves Guild. Because sometimes you just get like sidetracked really fast. Thank you guys so much. I assume it'll be available on Amazon Music like other Ballen Studio podcasts. Yep, I saw it's on Amazon Music, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, so definitely all the major platforms for sure. Also, I hope my mic's not peaking on you guys, sorry. But I was holding in that information for quite a while we worked on the podcast. How did I connect with Mr. Ballen? His team reached out to me. It was kind of random. It was like, I think they were doing a live stream at one point, and then somebody in his chat, when they were talking about like starting podcasts or something, somebody in his chat said, hey, you should get that Joel guy from Let's Read. He's good. And then they took that as a sign that they should reach out. So thank you to whoever got in his ear during that live stream, because it worked. Appreciate you. Mucho gusto, dude. But yeah, it's gonna be, it's sick. It's genuinely sounds really good, really high quality, like fantastic script. You know, obviously I have faith in my voice and what I can do, and they like the direction has been fantastic, and the fact that I have been able to like take myself to new heights as far as like skill goes, and then the audio quality as far as like the, because it's kind of like a audio experience, you know what I mean, with different sound effects and music, and you just feel very immersed in each episode. And it's already like #1 on the history podcast charts, which is so sick, and like number 43 or something. And the crazy thing is we haven't even done like a proper promotion yet, you know? Like we haven't done one on Mr. Ballen's channel yet, promotion-wise, really, other than like some social media stuff. And then, yeah, just crazy. So definitely going to do a promo on tomorrow's video, and you can hear a sample of, or you can go listen to the full episode now on that link above, or you have to go through a bouncer now yet. No, babes, you are the bouncer here. Mr. Madman, thank you for the 5. Says, hey Joel, can you say hi to my wife and cheer her up? Her name is Kyla, and she's a really big fan of yours. She's really tired, just done working. Hello, Kyla. Sorry you had a long shift, but things are about to get much, much better, I promise. I'm feeling very optimistic, guys, and I just really appreciate that. How long was I holding this secret. Yeah, it was quite a few months, honestly, as we worked on things and ironed out all sorts of details. Do you have some sort of NDA? Yeah, you know, stuff where it's like, hey, don't spoil this for everyone else, or we'll come and bash your kneecaps in. Mr. Ballen himself personally will bring his iron baton. I'm just kidding. But no, yeah, everybody's been great. It's been awesome. It's been super professional. I think that's what's been so cool about it, is that it's legitimately like, it's a studio that's got like such a bright future ahead with all of its projects and direction and leadership. It's freaking sweet. I love this song. You guys have probably heard this song in like the memes for Oblivion and stuff. But I just love the idea of like every time you're talking to somebody, you just put this song in the background, like, what the fuck is that? Now you're getting mad. Oh, for the notifications. Yeah, I don't know what to say, honestly, for that. YouTube just don't want to tell nobody about. Just don't want to be telling nobody about the stream. Thank you, Christina. Appreciate you. Yeah, you can't go wrong with Oblivion Skyrim. But yeah, oh man, good day today. Very busy day today. And now here we are capping it out with a stream. We are recording Craigslist stories. So don't think we're not recording something. We're just gonna inundate you with so much content, your brain will not be able to handle it. Oh yeah, I'll still be doing live streams here. It's just yeah, all the Ballen Studios stuff is just gonna be independent from this for sure. This is after Valentine's Day. Can I say that much? Because I totally fangirl you to his live stream on... Oh, you fangirled me on his live stream on Valentine's Day. It might have been. It might have been going back that far, to be honest with you. Who knows? Maybe you got in his ear at that time and it began the process. So thank you for that. Thank you for fangirling. Am I going to do births? Why? I'm going to be giving birth on stream. Everybody get ready. Is it a baby? Is it a fully digested Chipotle burrito? We shall find out. Because, you know, wait, what is it on here? It's such a good range of energy. It's wonderful. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Oh yeah, on the podcast, like my range is definitely different than what you're used to, for sure. Oh, am I gonna do a birthday stream? Sorry, yeah, I will. Actually, yep. So Sunday we'll record a video, put that out Monday on June 2nd, and then June 4th we'll just have a birthday stream. I'll figure out something we're gonna do, hopefully fun. And then release a compilation, I think, on June 5th. What do I sound like? Technoblade. Technoblade. Who is that? Are you just going to release videos here as well, or just the Ballen? Definitely, video. The channel here stays the same. All of the Ballen Studios, A Twist of History is what it's called, will be... completely separate over on Ballen Studios. It's already popping off, so I'm really stoked about that. And yeah, as soon as we get these other promotionals out, like tomorrow's video and Ballen's, promotions over a period of time, I think it's just going to be like a complete smash hit. Like actually, like not even joking, smash hit. A smash hit. I'm really excited. Hootie, welcome back for 41 months. Is excited for the double the podcast fun. Hell yeah, dude. You really can't go wrong. David Monroe Glotto. Thank you for the $2.79. You just made frozen pizza with extra cheese and jalapenos. Hell yeah, dude. Honestly, adding on your custom ingredients is the way to go. Dun dun. Dude, I love this album. Like, this whole Oblivion album makes me feel so peaceful. It's like when you walk out into the fields of Oblivion. I'm not even sure what it's called. Not Morrowind, but... Thank you, John. Thank you so much. Yeah, we'll be kicking this stream off here in a little bit. Read some stories between the Mr. Ballen podcast and becoming a No Sleep podcast member. You're really popping off. Yeah, the crazy thing is it all happened around the same time. Cyrodiil. Sorry, thank you, Matt. Yeah, walking out into Cyrodiil, hearing this music is just so peaceful. But yeah, got connected with No Sleep Podcast, got connected with the Ballen team, and sometimes things in life just pop off out of nowhere. So I'm counting my blessings, very thankful, and just going to do my best to provide the best possible stuff we can. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. All right. Can you block mods? Are they saying something that doesn't make you happy? Oh yeah, he's got a book coming out, another illustrative book. You should pre-order that. I think it comes out. You do pre-orders now. I think it comes out in September, which is pretty sick. And you better get in there early, because if you pre-order, you can pre-order the one that he put his John Hancock on, aka his signature. I don't need Ballen Studios, you're great on your own. Well, I appreciate that, but honestly, I'm just thankful for the opportunity, because, if this goes well, it's just fun to be a part of like a really cool professional project in general, and then, if it continues to do well, oh shit, our audience will continue to grow, baby. Helen Goodlit with the big 50 Dollarinos is great going, Joe. Thank you, Helen. Very, very kind of you. Making it twerk. Connect with Dark Somnium. I do believe me and Dark Somnium have a project that's coming out at some point. I don't know if maybe he lost the audio. Maybe you could check the emails. But yeah, I'm always down to work with him if he ever needs, voice actors or anything, for a narrator, for anything else, for sure. But thank you again, Helen. Very, very kind. Very, very kind. What did I have for dinner? Yeah, I had some Chipotle again. I was able to squeak in some gym time, get some incline bench in, do a little cardio. Just one quick hour, then get back here. And honestly, sometimes that's all you really need. But I love the concept. It's something I've thought a lot about before, little random things that have huge historical impact waves. They are really interesting ideas, like the episodes. Just tiny little inventions or, various concepts within history that, create a massive wave in time, and it's really cool. And it's just fun. The way it's edited, you just feel like you're on an adventure, and I really, really like that. But it's also serious, you know what I mean? It's not it's definitely family friendly, but it can get pretty dark, You did kettlebell swings today with a weighted vest, and now I'm in the hot tub with a stogie, baby. Hell yeah, dude, you earned that. A former Navy SEAL and a former healthcare worker teaming out to put you to sleep. Yeah. He's got you in a headlock, I got you. I'm tickling your fucking toes, bro. Nothing you can do. Albert, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Like I said, guys, we got Craigslist stories ready to rock and roll here. Your favorite website to buy local produce. Wonder if you can buy like produce and that kind of stuff and like groceries off of Facebook Marketplace, or maybe even Craigslist. Selling cucumbers. Big fucking cucumbers, anybody? What does it mean if I have to have my cell phone, TV, and computer on all at the same time? You love being surrounded by heavy amounts of radiation, and I don't blame you. It helps keeps the population down. People sell prepared food on Facebook Marketplace. That sounds pretty good, honestly. I wouldn't mind buying some baked goods. You tried looking for the link. Which link was it? When are you and Mr. Baller releasing a video? Yeah, so it's going to be on podcast. I don't know if they're doing like a YouTube video, but the link is above. Does it work? Yeah, it works. Thank God. Thank God. All right, dudes. Sorry, I'm all over the place. No worries. Almost 25 years ago now, when I first moved to... I did not expect a place right at the gate. As your new podcast on Audible. I think the links are just up, but we could check, honestly. Audible, a twist of history. I don't know if it's on Audible, because like if you type, like we do Spotify, a twist of history. Oh wait. Well, even that's hard to find. But I guess it will take some time for it to cycle through, but at least right now it's all the major podcast links. I should have double checked on that, honestly, but I hope you should be able to search it on there perhaps. And let me know. Honestly, let me know. I'd like to figure that out. I went from being 30+% behind in all my classes to having all but one done and having this one almost all the way done in a couple of weeks. Tomorrow's the last day. Nice, dude. You're on that grind right now. I know that feeling whenever you're trying to just get as much crap out of school as you can last second. TTV Crypto, welcome to the Buttersock Call. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, my friend. Abilene is how you say this place. Okay, sorry. Mr. Ballen just mentioned a twist of history of this Amazon podcast. All right, let's go, baby. Thank you, Mr. Ballen. Almost 25 years ago now, when I first moved to Abilene, I had a job prospect completely fall through on me. I had rent to pay, groceries and gas to buy, and since I only had a couple of $100 in savings to tide me over, I was very stressed about it. But as luck would have it, I'd somehow managed to find myself an awesome roommate to live with, and he turned out to be a huge help. Daryl was a big computer nerd at the time when not everyone was hooked up to the internet, so when I told him all about my money troubles, he said that he'd try his best to find me some respectable employment. I didn't think there was much that he could do. I mean, this was the early 2000s, so job websites were practically non-existent back then. But to my surprise, and within just a few short hours of his promise, Daryl delivered. When he told me he'd found something suitable, I was halfway to telling him I'm not standing outside a bank dressed as a dollar bill. But he just laughed and pointed at his computer screen before telling me to read through the post. Basically, this guy on Craigslist was offering $100 a day to anyone who'd help him clear out his garage. Brooklyn Gonzalez, welcome back for 4 years, 48 months. Holy shizzers. Thank you, Brooklyn. Very, very kind, sticking with me through thick and thin. Thank you. I had a recurring nightmare about being able to fail out of college because I forgot about a class I signed up for but never attended. Yeah, I had a lot of those where it's always like a history class where I go to the class and just like didn't go for like months at a time, just didn't even think about it. And then I decided to host a twist of history. Oh, Ballen. YouTube allows you long usernames. He used to call me Poison, like I was Poison Ivy. It was always math class, that's funny. Well, now look who's laughing history teach. Look who's teaching the class. 50 character long usernames, that's insane. Basically, a guy on Craigslist was offering $100 a day to anyone who'd help him clear out the garage of an old house he'd just purchased, and they didn't require anything but a can-do attitude and a willingness to work hard. At the time, it seemed like great money for a simple job, so I rushed to contact the guy before someone else did. It turns out the guy's name was Rick, and he made his money flipping old houses around Abilene. He seemed like an okay dude too, so once he was happy that I was the right guy for the job, we arranged a date and time for me to drive over to the house. I got there just before 8 a.m., then Rick and I had ourselves some coffee before he showed me the garage. It was only then that it made sense why he was offering $100 a day. To say the place was a mess would be the understatement of the century. The trash was literally floor to ceiling in the back corners. Willow Midnight with a 10 says, it is on Audible, posted link earlier. Okay, sick. Thank you, Willow. Thank you. Good to know. Okay, yeah, it's good, because on the promo that I was doing, I was like, anywhere you listen to podcasts, and it would suck if they're like, but it's not my favorite podcast. Can you please do a video on airplane horror stories? I do believe I have quite a few of those, like two volumes at least. Perhaps you've seen it. Wart. Do you come up with the topics for the podcast? Like how much of the creative decisions are yours versus, the Ballen think tank? That's all on Ballen's end with their writers and team of researchers and fact checkers, and I literally just, work with the editing team and producers to kind of just get my recording in, and then do any sort of like pickups or changes that I might need to do as the script changes or anything calls for it. So it's been fun, honestly. What color are my socks, or am I bare footsies? I currently actually am bare footsies right now. Perhaps you heard me squeaking around down here. Toes filled with goop. Do revenge stories. I gotta be honest, I feel like I actually full on have stories on my channel about revenge. I'm not even joking. Let's check real quick. Yeah, literally 1 year ago, 3 true scary stories about revenge, and a very scorned woman as the thumbnail. The trash was literally floor to ceiling in the back corners, like these miniature mountains of old toys, furniture, and appliances that were covered in dust and cobwebs. The whole floor was covered in it too, and we had to haul out a ton of old crap just to be able to walk our way into the garage. Everything that was Everything that was straight up trash went into a dumpster Rick had rented, whereas anything we figured that we might be able to renovate got lined up in the driveway. And then after a couple of hours, we managed to uncover some cabinets that lined one of the walls. Rick starts opening them up to see what's in there, and then he sort of rummages around for a minute before saying, "Well, what do we have here?" And he pulled out a wooden box, about half the size of a shoebox, and even though it was covered in dust and dirt, I could see how fancy it was. Rick sets it down and opened it up, and inside is what looked like some kind of antique 6-shooter with similarly fancy engravings on it. Rick started saying how it might be silver-plated, but even if not, it still had to be worth a few $1,000 at auction, and by looking at it, I had to agree. That thing looked like it should have been in a museum or something, and I had no doubt in my mind that a collector would pay top dollar for it, maybe even more if its original owner had been famous. Maybe even more if its original owner had been someone famous or historical. I congratulated on him as... I listened to Let's Read on Patreon, but really want big compilations there. Can you make it happen? Oh, interesting. Well, it's funny, like on the podcast side of things where you hear like the compilations primarily, and then eventually sometimes they'll make it to YouTube. The guy that I have, Simon Inect, he remasters all the audio, and he'll literally go to Patreon to get the audio because it's like just clean audio there. So I feel bad not posting the big compilations over there, but at the same time it's... I mean, maybe I could. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of the workflow. Wartime Stories previewed it too. I was stoked. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, those guys are freaking fantastic, man. It's good stuff. You're gonna have quite a few. Like Ballen Studios is taking over the game, man. There's a gambit of different content to select from for sure, as far as like storytelling goes, which is really cool. I congratulated him on his find, and then we got back to work hauling stuff. Got back to work hauling stuff out of the car. Oh, got back to work hauling stuff. He's so chill about it. I mean, I am really excited. I mean, I guess it's one of those things where it comes in waves, you know what I mean? Where I'll see that I was up till, 4 a.m. the previous night, excited about the post when it went live on my story, just on like Instagram and then YouTube community post, and then knowing that the stories come out at like 3 a.m. or something on Wednesdays, obviously for like people's like super early commutes and all that kind of stuff, or anybody who wants to stay up late. It's actually probably the perfect time to come out, honestly. But then, yeah, then you get hit with that and you're like, holy shit, it's actually happening. And then all of a sudden I get text messages saying like, hey, it's ranking #1 on like history podcasts already, and it's ranking in the top 50 of like normal podcasts, and it's just like, holy poop, dude. That is amazing. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't expect anything less, because just the amount of team effort that goes into it, with like, it's like an all-star squad of people like coming together to create something, and it's really cool. About to hit top 40. Oh my goodness. Do a collab with Mr. Nightmare. Who knows? Maybe, I would love to, man. If Mr. Nightmare ever wants to work together. What's it, alt history? It's not alt history. It's very much history that takes place, that you would definitely be able to like fact check and find, but it covers a lot of like more niche topics that you just might not be aware of, pertaining to like little tidbits here and there, or like little inventions or things that have occurred that have essentially shaped the outcome. And yeah, I for tomorrow's episode I'll be doing like a little sample, so you definitely get to hear it if you would like to, and you should check it out. It's linked above. It is impressive for a podcast that just jumped, but I guess it just goes to show you the power of like the Ballen Studios, and like how connect, like how many ears and eyes are already on them, which is amazing. I congratulated I congratulated him on his find and then got back to work, hauling stuff out of the garage. Now, we continued on working for the next couple of hours, then just after 1 p.m., Rick asked if I was hungry. I was so starved that I couldn't even eat. Could have eaten my own fist. I could have fisted myself. I was so starved I could have eaten my own fist. When I agreed it was time for a lunch break, Rick gave me $50 and said if I drove to his favorite barbecue place, lunch was on him and I could keep the change. And let me tell you, barbecue always tastes better when it's free. There's a science to it. It has to be. And so I took his $50, bought a bunch of barbecue, and then drove back to the house with 2 bags full of brisket, links, pickles, and potato salad. I parked my car, then started walking up the driveway. And here's where you kind of need to know that something about... Oh, whoops. Lynn, thank you for the 150. Thank you. Did you learn anything new in regards to narration? Yeah, for sure. I mean, just like the sort of being familiar with a script prior to going in has been a game changer as far as like my ability to, because you guys listen to me here kind of like dry reading a lot of these, going in dry in regards to like recording some of these narrations. And even though I pick up on it pretty well on what the narrator is trying, or the writer is trying to get across, I think I'm like much more capable of delivering senses of like foreshadowing and, whatever type of like energy or tone the writer is going for when I'm much more familiar with the script. So that's been really cool. But it's been fun to just like getting direction, because with direction you kind of like, it's like a degree of voice acting that I was just like otherwise unaware of, you know what I mean? Mr. Ballen, Wartime Stories, Nexpo, Nick Crawley, and then some third-party guys getting involved like Joel, Run, Fool Guy, etc. Okay, that's awesome. Yeah, the writers are fantastic. I parked my car, then started walking up the driveway, and here's where you kind of need to know something about the setup. There was a crap ton of junk piled up against the garage door, and we weren't even halfway through clearing out all that crap yet. So I had to walk all the way around this big old garage to the back door to get inside. And so there I go, hauling these 2 big bags of barbecue. Then when I got to the doorway, there's Rick with his back to me. I tell him, "Hey man, back with lunch." But he doesn't turn around, not right away. And I don't know exactly what it was about him, but I remember getting this bad feeling right there when he didn't respond to me. We'd been working all morning and well into the afternoon too, and if he felt anything like I did, then the fact that he didn't turn around and jump at the bag of barbecue was... Oh my God, how many times do I gotta say the word barbecue? I don't know why, just like redundancy in words is just so annoying to me. Bag of food. Ballen Studios. Do you want to be a voice actor in other regards, or want to keep doing stories? I'd love to be a voice actor. I mean, like, if that would be sick if like Ballen Studios turns into like representation, you know what I mean, for talent scouting and all that kind of stuff or whatever. Not scouting, but getting you connected. But I mean, I do feel like I have the capability to do voice acting in the conventional character sense. What's up, Jade? What's up, love? I can't stay either. Just wanted to pop in and say hello and congratulations. Have a great night, everybody. Thank you, Galactic. Thank you. Your voice is sounding so excited and quick. In the narration, it's definitely a different type of narration I'm doing for sure. I'm manifesting my dreams. I mean, in like a weird way, out of all, in the concepts of like manifestation, I'm not like a huge believer in it, in the sense that like, what do they say? Luck is like when preparation meets opportunity. And, to suddenly have these 2 opportunities of No Sleep Podcast and this come out of nowhere, it does kind of feel like manifestation in a weird, strange way. Or luck, perhaps. Are there words you hate to say or have trouble saying? I guess just like the ones like particularly, or like certain ones that like even saying the United States of America, like when I'm trying to really enunciate things, a lot of my shit just like blends together. When I say it's like so hard not to say duh. The whole world. Joel's got another fiction story where he does actual acting coming out in like 4 to 5 weeks, and it kills. Let's go. Yeah, on the No Sleep podcast, I get to do some actual sort of character acting, and I'm really stoked about that. What's up, Lisa? Thank you, Gabriella. Thank you. I think Nexpo also does some works for Ballen Studios. He does, yes. Late Nights with Nexpo. Also a very, very awesome podcast. Very successful. Very awesome. Very successful. Very good. Probably one of the best podcast networks of all time. Manifesting, or is it 10 years of hard work? It's a mixture of the two, I suppose. Thank you, Dank. Appreciate you. Oh, man. If you like strange, dark mysteries delivered in buttersock format, you've come to the right place. I'm gonna, tell everybody to torture the like button. I should say that in one of the promo for tomorrow. Thanks, Jay. Good to see you. Canny is live. Go raid. I actually have no idea how to raid anybody on like a live stream, to be honest with you. Especially on YouTube, that is. I think on Twitch, I know it's possible. Am I hyped? I'm very hyped, man. Yeah. I guess it's like the hypeness comes, like I said, comes in waves, whereas like the initial opportunity, and then I've been working on it for like months with the team, which is amazing. And then to see it like come out, like, because I actually totally spaced on the release date, and then I like hit them up. I was like, hey, when's this coming out again? Is it in June? They're like, oh, it's tomorrow. And I'm like, oh, fuck. So I had to do like quick promos to get that shit out. What would they call the raids on YouTube? I forget what they're called. The no-knock raids. Do you run your submissions through ChatGPT for easier readability? Sometimes, yeah. But I do have other people kind of pre-edit them. But if I'm pulling them directly from Reddit and they haven't had time to be like, read through yet, then yes. Redirects, that's what it's called. I forgot about that. YouTube redirect. I have no idea how to do a redirect, to be honest with you. Yeah, I have no clue. We've been working all morning and well into the afternoon, too. And if he felt anything like I did, then the fact that he didn't turn around and jump at the bag of food was just weird. I gave it maybe 3 or 4 seconds and then called out to him again, saying, "Yo, Rick, I'm back. What's the holdup? Let's eat." And he kind of jerked his head to the side like he'd only just heard me, and then slowly started to turn around. But as he did, I noticed the open box on a dusty counter nearby, the one that held that 6-shooter. Only now, the box was empty, and the bullets were gone. Seconds later, I see the gun in his hand, but I see this little trickle of blood coming out of his nose too, and one of his eyes was very bloodshot. And I'm not talking like smoking reefer bloodshot either. I'm talking smashed in the face with a baseball bat kind of bloodshot, like so bloodshot it almost looked black. I figured he was going through some kind of medical emergency, and I was about to ask if he needed me to call 911. But then the next thing, he kind of halfway raises that 6-shooter to point it at me, but then stops himself. I can see him struggling, like he's fighting the urge or something, so without another thought, I just dropped the bags, turned, and ran like hell. I bolted it all the way out to my car, hearing 2 loud gunshots and then this almighty crash along the way. I remember thinking that he must have fell into a pile of junk to make that kind of crash, and I was probably about Azabadabuget. Do you ever have any crazy experiences? If so, have you shared them before? Let's see. Crazy experiences. Crazy frog. I've seen the crazy frog. Whatever, do Greek myths or anything? Oh, that'd be interesting. That'd be like a good bonus content or something. Per schmaps. Who knows? Maybe they'll end up on a twist of history at some point. Piss my pants scary? Not really. I just have like a vague recollection of like rock climbing at one point, and I was like a solid 30 to 40 feet up, and I thought that it was just going to be an easy climb, but then I got to the top and I felt like some degree of like the rocks were wet, and I like had like this incapability of pulling myself any further because there was like no traction. And I just remember like kind of being stuck in this one position, looking down at the people, and they're like, "You okay?" And I'm like, "I think I'm gonna fall off and die." And they're like, "Okay, don't do that." And I just remember like having to manifest the strength, not from like the grip of my fingers, but somehow like weirdly transferring it from like a nut to like another joint to like pull myself up. It was really fucking weird and spooky, and I felt very good to make it not die. Audrey, thank you. Good to see you. And Warning, welcome back for 32 months. Thank you, Warning. Some true scary stories make me laugh some, especially when I hear the epic moments in them. Yeah, absolutely epic. One time I was in work meeting, I let out a bubble fart, but it was so forceful that my knee hit the conference table, thereby alerting everyone. Sorry, hopefully the knee of the table covered up the sound. Like a sniper using thunder to mask their shot. Didn't have a harness, are you kidding? Sometimes I can't. No, I'm sorry. I know sometimes I just say shit off the cuff, but that was a thing that I did, and I don't know why. I mean, I think everybody was kind of doing it, climbing up or whatever, or maybe I just thought that I could climb this one particular area without issue, but the rocks were just like so wet that it just got into a position where I was like, I'm just gonna slip and I have nowhere to like fall to, and I'm just gonna fall to the ground and fucking snap my femurs into my throat, but then did not. So that was pretty baller. I remember thinking that he must have fell into a pile of junk to make that kind of crash. I was just about to book it too, because I didn't want to be there if Rick got up and came out shooting again. But then I realized that if I did just up and leave without warning... anyone, it'd be me if someone ended up getting shot. Wait, what? But then I realized if I did... What was it saying? Then I realized if I did just up and leave without warning anyone, it'd be... Oh, beyond me. Sorry, my bad. It'd be on me if someone... Oh, like someone else coming and... I mean, I guess what was this, the early 2000s? Maybe didn't have like a cell phone or something. Would I ever climb Everest? No, I don't think so. I feel like if I ever climbed Everest, I would probably just end up as one of those bodies they use as sort of like a milestone. Like, we're almost there. You can see Mr. Thong. And I'm the only dead hiker that for some reason thought it was smart to wear a thong. I just thought if I thought warm thoughts, I really wouldn't need that many layers. Would you want to be cryogenically frozen? Maybe like my head. Just in case. Yeah, end up in a... Yeah. We used to have a host here on one of our podcasts, but he went up to Everest because someone told him to do it, and he was pretty much naked. Will I ever not climb Everest? I think I might not climb Everest right now. I'm streaming from the top of Everest. Me and the Sherpas getting it down. Pradeep is actually a Sherpa. That'd be kind of funny. Imagine that. That'd be kind of a good story. You get like lost from your team in Everest, or maybe you were trying to ascend the mountain by yourself, and then you think you're pretty well screwed, but then you see some type of... You see like your cat from your childhood or something guiding you back to the primary trail or like down the mountain. You're like, what? Pradeep? Just like a black blob in the mash and mish of white snow. Does Everest always have snow? I don't know. I feel like definitely after you get to a certain elevation, there's probably always snow, but I think at the lower ends it might be pretty comfortable. You had the exact story with the exact plot on No Sleep Podcast? Oh, interesting. Am I a night owl? Yeah. Sadly, it's hard to avoid whenever you're a degenerate like me. Prickly Cats, what's up, dude? I started listening to how Murder went viral while trying to listen to the live stream. You sound great. Congratulations. Thank you, Code Fairy. Thank you. It's so good to hear everyone really enjoying what it sounds like and the quality, and that's just so reaffirming, honestly. And I can guarantee you that the episodes will continue to sound better as we go on, honestly. But then I realized that if I did just up and leave without warning anyone, it'd be on me if someone ended up getting shot. I had my own gun in my glove compartment, so I grabbed it, kept my eyes trained on the garage and the pathway leading from it, and then started whistling double loud till someone appeared asking what the hell was going on. I told them to call the cops and EMS because someone had gone crazy and they had a gun. They rushed back inside, and then not long after, I heard sirens getting louder before the cop car skidded around the corner. I put my gun away before they got out, and then once they did, I directed the two officers toward the garage where Rick still was. They appeared around the side, and then I hear them yelling things like, "Police, come out with your hands up." I didn't hear any shots, which gave me hope. Then one of the cops came out saying Rick needed an ambulance, and I was relieved to hear that he wasn't outright dead. But I was still very worried about him for obvious reasons. He looked in a bad way when I saw him, nose all bloody with his eyes all messed up, so he was obviously hurting in some way. But then the way that he'd almost had to fight himself to keep from shooting me, that made me think something had... Oops. You're easy to listen to as you have great tone and easy to follow. Thank you, Schneck. Appreciate you. Or is it Shank? Sorry, Shank. Do I have childhood mementos like stuffed animal toy or blanket? I remember I was pretty obsessed with Barney when I was a wee lad. Probably obsessed with Barney till like 4 years old. Watched all of his shit all the time. Had like a Barney stuffed doll. Probably very crusty now, but yeah. It's weird. Yeah, the purple motherfucking dinosaur, baby. Represent. C-Money, welcome to the Buttersock call. You now have access to bonus content. I love you. You love me. Yeah, man. It's kind of funny, like, because you look back on it and you're like, man, I'm so embarrassed. Why the fuck was I into that purple bullshit? But I don't know, when you're like a little kid, it's funny that you would think like being a toddler of sorts or like within that young kid range, that you would think like a kid would be into like Batman Beyond. I mean, maybe they are, but or maybe even like old samurai movies where people get their head cuts off, or you know what I mean, like right out the gate. But it seems like no matter how cool the content is you show to like a 2-year-old, it like does not fucking matter. They're just gonna like gravitate towards Miss Rachel no matter what no matter how sick the stuff is. Like, I could show a 3-year-old a twist of history right now, and they would rather watch fucking Blippi. That'd be kind of funny if Mr. like Ballen Studios asked me to host a Blippi show instead. Like something so random, like, hey, we want you to be the next Blippi. What? What does that have to do with like storytelling? What do you mean? Blippi is a storyteller. He's telling everybody about shapes and colors and cool ball pits. Jolby. You'll be called Jolby. But it's actually just like a humiliation ritual they're putting me through. Alright, I guess this is me. This is me now. But then the way he'd almost had to fight himself to keep from shooting me, that made me think something had gone wrong and... Gone raw. Jolly old Joel. That made me think something had gone wrong in his brain. And somehow, even though I almost just took a bullet from an antique pistol, the idea of poor old Rick losing his mind in some way was even scarier to me than the idea of getting shot. And once EMS had arrived and the cops had secured that gun, one of them came over to talk to me about what had happened. I told him everything, from start to finish, how Rick had been a perfectly nice dude right up until he hadn't, and how whatever happened to him seemed to happen right as I got back. I knew that because the blood coming out of... Oops. Oh, also, you know what's been really annoying? So I saw my YouTube videos starting to decline, and I'm fairly certain the reason is because whenever I put the ads on a YouTube video and you go live, I think YouTube, it doesn't tell you, but it does like automatic ads, and then you go back into it later and it'll just be like inundated with ads. Like literally 100 ads will be on one video, and it says that it's only going to feed it to people in like the appropriate increments or where it would maintain their viewership or whatever the fudge. But like I've seen a ton of people being like, holy ads, dude, I can't watch this. And honestly, I think when a video has like way too many ads like that, you know, you're not going to get new viewers, suggested views, things like that. So I'm going to really try to like focus on next time I put out this video tomorrow to not be like have a crap ton of ads sitting on it accidentally. I tried to put my 6-year-old brother onto Ben 10 Classic and he keeps getting mad and trying to put on Roblox memes and Powerpuff Girls, which I don't really have a problem with. That's funny, Roblox memes. I do think about that too, like some kids are gonna grow up like watching shit that like nobody at their school or daycare or middle school, high school, you know what I mean? You like usually you go to school and you make friends because you might watch the same show or some shit, you know what I mean? But now it's like there's so much content, and sometimes we just stare at like whatever the fuck on YouTube, that it's all like very niche and specific to ourselves, that in a weird way I almost feel like it might end up being more like socially isolating because nobody watches Global Smack, you know? Dude, have you watched the newest Global Smack compilation? I've not seen that episode. It's all brain rot. Yeah, I mean, some of the shit my friends' kids watch is just, I don't know what's going on. I mean, there is some funny stuff, like some of the stuff that basically you would call like YouTube poop back in the day. They pretty much watch that. What can I say except that I'm gay? You know, like that kind of thing. But it's still, I don't know. Definitely breeds the ADHD in most kids' brains. C-Money, welcome back for 14 months. Congrats on the new podcast, Joel. Also, it is officially my birthday. Cheers. Happy birthday, C-Money. How old have you turned, and what are you doing for your B-Day? I had unrestricted access to the internet as a child, and I watched horror stories all the time, and now I feel desensitized to everything. Well, that's fair. You got that 1,000-yard stare. Do I know Tung Tung Sahur? Why does that sound so familiar? Tung Tung. Tung Tung. Oh, right. Isn't this like... There's Tung Tung Sahur, and then there's like Bibli babli bubla bubla or whatever, like crocodilo armadillo or something like that. Are they? I thought they were just like made up things. I didn't know that they were like full on brain rot shit that you could watch on YouTube. Ballerina cappuccino. Wait, is that legitimately like Hispanic kid shows on YouTube? My classmates would watch Family Guy and The Simpsons and talk about it at school, and I never knew what they were talking about until now. Really? You never watched? You should have watched it with them. Oh, wait, or did you say you never had TV growing up or something? I forget. Oh, it's Italian. Oh, okay, that makes sense. My bad. Cappuccino. Ballerina cappuccina. Oh my god. I'm desensitized to all horror. However, I will never go camping again because of the horror stories that happen in real life. I know, but yeah, I don't blame you. I mean, like, you can sit there and listen to like horror stuff all day and feel nothing, but just sitting in the silent, cold dark of a forest and what your imagination can come up with that exists beyond the light of your hand, you know what I mean? It's that's probably some of the most terrifying stuff. You're cooked. I'm cooked like sushi. Raw. Cappuccino bababino. Musa smelly ugarelli. Pepperoni rigatoni. I knew that because the blood coming out of his nose hadn't even started dripping off his chin yet. But aside from that, I didn't know a thing about what happened to Rick or why he started acting the way he did. I saw the EMS guys wheeling Rick to an ambulance. He didn't look conscious, and he had one of those oxygen mask things on. I kept asking EMTs if he was going to be okay, but they said they didn't know. After I got into my car and drove home, that was pretty much the last I heard of it for about a month. And then out of the blue, Rick gives me a call. He said he was sorry for frightening me and wanted to stop by my place to give me the $100 that he owed me for the day's work, even though I only did a half day. Ugacino Riccabino. Fettuccine linguine martini bikini. You're about to be baked, does that count? That sounds like a good birthday. Chimpanzini bababini banana. I need to watch. We should watch are they good cartoons, or is it like entertaining, or is it just kind of, do they just say their names over and over again? Portallini Giolini. 3,000 milligrammi skidalsis. 3,000 milligrammi THC. Is dead internet theory real? I mean, probably. Everybody here is just a made-up chatbot from the CIA to keep me busy. Otherwise, I'd be fucking scheming, bro. I'd be scheming. They just trying to sidetrack me with this YouTube shit. Heat up the pizza, let me eatza. Jointina blazerina. Oh man, if I was a little kid on the internet, I mean, I pretty much still am, and I pretty much am equally as cooked, but if I was genuinely like going through my developmental brain years with an iPhone, an iPad, an Xbox with Minecraft on it, oh my god, I'd be so fucked. The fact that I wouldn't have two screens in my face at one time would like cause me to start convulsing. I need my Ritalin now. Just like grinding my teeth down to nothing but gums. You're hungry, but you already did the dishes. Are you going to eat the dishes? He said he was sorry for frightening me and wanted to stop by my place to give me the $100 he owed me for the day's work, even though I only did half. I told him that wasn't necessary and that I was just glad to hear that he was okay, but he insisted on stopping over to thank me in person because if it wasn't for me, he might not be alive. I told him if that was the case, he was free to stop by whenever he liked, and when he did, he had more than just $100 for me. When he stopped by, Rick told me what the doctor said. He told them he started feeling funny right around the time he picked up the gun. He'd been bored waiting for me to come back with lunch and decided to get out that six-shooter again. But that's where things started getting a little hazy. When he saw me in the doorway, he got scared because he didn't recognize who I was, and then once he did, he was already halfway to pointing the gun at me, and like I suspected, it was like he had to battle himself not to do it, like his brain and body were arguing back and forth with each other. Last thing he said he remembered was seeing me run off, and after that he didn't remember anything till he woke up in the ambulance on the day at the hospital on the way. Thank you, W. W in the chat for W. Just don't leave us here really quick. Look forward to your streams and episodes. Oh, no worries. I'm not going anywhere. Me promise. Can you tell that you're reading stuff a lot faster than you normally do? Excitement is a hell of a drug. I can't quite tell. Maybe, yeah, from like doing the recording sessions, I've going a little too fast. But I do feel like I'm at my normal pace, maybe? I don't know. The Y-Files, Mysterious Universe, and You Are the Trifecta. Yeah, the Y-Files is so good. I just watched one of their episodes about the underground bunkers underneath the Denver airport. And I do enjoy that he kind of like, he embellishes this, well, not embellishes it, but like talks about the conspiracy side, but then like follows up with the ideas of what is not, or most likely incorrect. But then, still finalizes it with a sense of curiosity, you know what I mean? And I think that kind of helps to like normalize people's brains or whatever, but also probably keep his channel monetized, because if you said every conspiracy theory was correct all the time, I'm sure YouTube probably wouldn't be too happy about that, because they're not nice to us conspiracy theorists. It got me in the live loop. I know, it's awesome. That's kind of them. Very... Oh, hecklefish. Oh, God. Did he talk about the large aliens? He said there was, they speculated or whatever that there was like lizard people underground and that they, I don't know. It's going to be like some type of bunker. I mean, the one thing I did find interesting is he was saying like around, what the hell was it, 2011? Was there some type of nuclear bomb scare or something like that? Let me look it up. I forget what it was. But basically, instead of going to Mount Rainier, which is like the nuclear bomb shelter where they like kind of have a continuity of government, they said Obama went directly to Denver Airport, and that's where, instead of like the 100 miles to Mount Rainier. So... Oh, there was a nuclear power plant meltdown. Okay, that's right. That makes sense. Which is interesting. Isn't that the same time that the Fukushima plants melted down as well? Was that like a coordinated cyber attack type thing? Or what was that about? Mount Rainier in Washington. Oh, wait. Sorry. Did I say Mount Rainier? What's the one? Is there... Wait. How far away is... Mount Rainier from Denver, Colorado? Cheyenne Mountain. You're right. That's the one that's close. Sorry. I thought there was like... Oh yeah. So Mount Rainier. Sorry, I'm dumb. 1,200 miles away. What's the nuke hideout mountain? Is that Cheyenne? Yes, you're likely thinking of Cheyenne Mountain, which is home to the Cheyenne Mountain Complex, A highly secure military bunker near Colorado Springs, Colorado, built during the Cold War, operational in 1966, designed to withstand a nuclear blast, dug deep into Cheyenne Mountain, enclosed in 2,000 feet of granite with massive blast doors and shocking absorbing buildings, mounted on springs, originally the headquarters of NORAD, North American Aerospace Defense Command. Oh, okay, thank you, yeah. You were right. That's crazy. That's where NORAD was. I thought there was something at Mount Rainier. Is there some type of nuke shelter at Mount Rainier? No, Mount Rainier does not have any known nuclear shelter or government bunker like Cheyenne Mountain. It's an active stratovolcano, not an ideal location for hardened bunker. It's part of the Cascade Volcanic Arc and considered one of the most dangerous volcanoes in the U.S. due to potential for lahars, volcanic mud flows, and proximity to population centers like Tacoma and Seattle. It's home to Mount Rainier National Park, primarily focused on conservation. Okay, maybe I just made up Mount Rainier in my head then. They recently updated Cheyenne Mountain. Yeah, I thought they were going to do some updates to the one in Denver Airport as well. You want to talk about politics? I don't know. I got nothing to say, man. I feel like I'm not even keeping up with it lately. Are we getting peace talks? Is there a bunch of peace talks going on, or is it just like peace talks that like jump into like amplifications and stuff? What Stargate program based out of Colorado? Let's look it up. Is there... Oh, everything's lagging. Is there a Stargate program based out of Colorado? Question mark. Saul with the tenses. I'm sure Obama went to Cheyenne Mountain and with off-planet with Stargate program. Oh, okay. Is that what they do? They go there? Oh, I guess they were saying, yeah, something about the Denver airport is like a portal that you enter into and you don't even know it's that you're doing it or something. I don't know. I don't know anything of the occult stuff, but alright, so man, this is laggy as shit, bro. As soon as I start asking about conspiracy theories, it gets weird. You can wait for it to become responsive or exit page. Oh, what the fudge? That's so dumb. It literally exploded as soon as I asked about it. Which means it's true, guys. LM, welcome back for 1 year. Raven Rock Mountain Complex. It's near Waynesboro, PA. I used to work there. Alright, let's ask about it. Okay, sorry. Okay, real government program called the... I'm going to type your thing in first, too. Raven Rock Mountain Complex near Waynesboro, PA. I'll just leave that for a second. Yes, there was a real U.S. government program called the Stargate Project, but it was not based in Colorado. Instead, it operated primarily out of Fort Meade, Maryland, and focused on remote viewing, the purported ability to psychically perceive information about distant or unseen targets. Initiated in the 1970s by the CIA and later managed by the Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, the program aimed to explore the potential of psychic phenomena for military and intelligence applications. Despite some intriguing anecdotes, the program was ultimately deemed ineffective and was terminated in 1995. The association of the Stargate Project with Colorado likely stems from its depictions in the science fiction television series Stargate SG-1. In the show, the fictional Stargate Command is located within the real-life Cheyenne Mountain Complex near Colorado Springs, Colorado. This military installation, known for housing NORAD, North American Aerospace Defense Command, has been a focal point in various defense operations but has no known ties to psychic research or the actual Stargate project. Interestingly, in a nod to the show's popularity, there is a door labeled Stargate Command inside the Cheyenne Mountain Complex. This is a playful homage to the series and not indicative of any blah blah blah. Oh, shut up. Freaking liars, dude. Not telling us the good stuff. We know what's up. Okay, Raven Rock Complex, Waynesboro, PA. I'm not actually for now. I'm in PA a bit, but I do head back. Oh, okay. I get late class done, I can get an actual job because I'm going back to the public so I can actually make friends and everything. There you go. Okay, so... Why is this taking so long, dude? Nasty Nate, what's up, dude? We're on a new podcast, baby. A Twist of History. Check it out. Dude, I don't know why it keeps crashing as soon as I ask it about random shit. Alright. Yes, the Raven Rock Mountain Complex, also known as Site R, is real and highly secure U.S. military installation located near Waynesboro, Pennsylvania, approximately 8.7 miles east of the town and just north of the Maryland border. Often referred to as the Underground Pentagon, RRMC serves as a critical component of the United States continuity of government. Oh, wow, yeah. Constructed between 1951 and 1953 during the Cold War, RRMC was designed to ensure the survival and functionality of the U.S. government in the event of a nuclear attack. It houses emergency operations centers for the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marine Corps, and serves as an alternate command center for the Department of Defense. The facility is equipped with advanced tech communication systems, including 38 distinct systems managed by the Defense Information System Agency to maintain command and control capabilities during crises. They're watching me. I'm watching them, watching me, watching you, watching me. Voice acting sounds like a sweet gig. I mean, for those with good voices, that's true. But you can train your voice. I mean, I don't know. When I look at like some of the voice actors, like obviously it does require skill, but at the end of the day, it's just repetition. And you know, eventually, all you have to do is just do something like this, and like now you're on Dragon Ball Z forever. See you at the convention. $40 per signing. Oop, I just upped it to 80. Whoa. It's crashing because the info you're looking for is G14 classified. I think it's all declassified, honestly. RRMC is a self-sufficient complex carved into the granite of Raven Rock Mountain and includes multiple underground buildings, power plants, water reservoirs, and sophisticated ventilation system allowing it to operate independently for extended periods. The facility can accommodate up to 3,000 personnel and is designated to withstand significant threats, including nuclear blasts and electromagnetic pulses. Secrecy and public awareness. While RRMC is a classified facility, its existence is publicly acknowledged, security measures are stringent, and unauthorized photography or documentation of the complex is prohibited. Despite its secretive nature, RRMC has been referenced in various media and literature, blah blah blah. Location access. The main RMC is accessible via road east of Blue Ridge Summit, Pennsylvania. Bro, we're going there, baby. The facility is situated near the intersection of Route 16 and Jack's Mountain Road and Joel's house. What the flip? It's Widowy. I Widowy live next door to this place, with visible infrastructure such as communication towers atop the mountain. Due to its sensitive nature and its sensitive nipples, public access is strictly controlled and the area is monitored to prevent unauthorized entry. Whatever, dude. Let me in! Let me in! Okay, we did not finish the first story yet. Open up! Yeah, if I said I was the FBI, would they let me in? The bikini inspector has arrived. After that, he didn't remember nothing till he woke up in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. I sat there with my jaw on the floor, and even now, I can't really imagine how that must have felt for him. Losing control of your own body, and that's scarier than anything from any horror movie, at least anything I've ever seen anyway. When he was done telling me about the medical side of things, Rick turned and reached into his jacket that he had slung over my kitchen chair. He then pulled out an envelope that contained way more than just $100. When I realized how much money was in there, easily maybe $2,000, he started telling me about putting that gun up that he found for, Wiling out with Nick Cannon. Ballen Studios allows for creative liberties. Sadly, no, but who knows? Maybe once we get 100 episodes in, I can add a little bit of goofiness. When I realized how much money was in there, easily over $2,000, he started telling me about putting that gun he found up for auction. He didn't tell me how much that thing actually sold for. He said some collector stepped in before he even hit the podium and offered almost double the buyout price just to secure it as theirs. And I remember laughing and saying, I knew it. I knew that thing looked expensive. And then as much as I wanted to turn down his offer of the money, Lord knows I needed it. Rick then said something about how if it wasn't for me, he might not be alive to put the gun up for auction in the first place, and he figured the least he could do was share some of his unexpected earnings with the man who saved his life. And I don't think I'd go that far personally. The doctors and nurses and paramedics saved Rick's life, whereas I was just about ready to shoot him if he appeared from that garage pointing that pistol, so I don't think I can claim too much credit. But I guess I did help get the ambulance there in a roundabout way by calling the cops, so I understood where he was coming from. After that, we went our separate ways, and he'd been a memory ever since. I still think about him from time to time, though, wondering how he's doing and if that medical thing ever flared up again. But I also think about how it was a hell of a time for it to kick in for the first time right when I was coming back with lunch and he was holding that gun. Because maybe on another day, the cops show up hours, maybe even days later, and we're both lying there dead as doornails. All because the wrong thing happened in the wrong place at the wrong time. Wait, I'm reading? Okay. Don't troll me, honestly. Like, if my reading... Am I really reading too fast? It doesn't feel like I'm reading too fast. Oh, man. Nova, it's going good. Oh, I'm not. Okay. It feels like I'm doing it because you know what I mean? At this point, I've been doing it so many years, but I could totally see the fact that I recorded earlier today for Ballen Studios, like my, pacing could be a little bit off. I sound perky. I guess I am a bit perked up. Your word is law. I'm reading at like 0.4 times the speed. Okay, that's good. A slight increase. I don't know, I am adding a little bit of emotion, I suppose, rather than as much like monotone to the stories. I've really gotten into the character's POV. It's okay, Justin. You will be tarred and feathered. What if you got feathered and then tarred? Would it still work? You'll be... I was tarded and feathered. Yes, Slingwell. I am working with Ballen Studios. We have released 2 episodes of the first ever podcast, A Twist of History. It is a history podcast with a twist. With a twist. Written by M. Night Shyamalan Jamadam. Just kidding. Written by a bunch of talented writers, though. And yeah, it was pretty freaking sweet. You should go check it out and leave a rating. Guys, you should go listen to it, give it an earnest listen, and leave a rating that you think it deserves. And if, in case you didn't know, 5 stars is the best rating. Pretend like I'm like your Uber driver. I'm your Uber driver. Get in. But it's a podcast. Now that you're a famous podcast celebrity, can you buy me an action figure of Geralt's horse from The Witcher? Geralt Field. What's up, Minnie? No worries. Good to see you. Some discounted Diddy baby oil. Who knows, maybe after the Diddy trial they'll be selling out the vats of it that were found as evidence. They'll be auctioning it. I actually feel like that might happen. Like a big auction specifically for all of Diddy's wares. Thank you, Jonathan. Yeah, dude, it's gonna be awesome. You bought all of it already. Damn. It's kind of funny, but this is exactly like the moment I was waiting for in like a weird way. Was like something cool to happen, and then I get to tell you guys about it. And forever I thought it might be like a voice acting situation in regards to like a video game or movie or whatever, which maybe one day that'll occur. But this is like a bigger jump than that, so pretty freaking stoked. Any bad trip videos coming soon? Probably not. No, I haven't really done any drug stories in quite a while, even though there are people that do send them in. Thank you. If enough of you are proud of me, I can combine you into a ball, and you'll be my new dad. Who's going to the Cosmic Summit in Greensboro next month? What's that all about? Simone Archibald, welcome back for half a year. Good day. Hope everyone's good. Joel, you do better than most, but Aussie accent does need adjusting. Only our bogans talk like that. That's what I'm trying to be. If I ever move to Australia, I'm going hard bogan right out the gate. The bogan folk. Maybe I should be a comedian. I don't really think I'm that funny. Because like anytime I can like write jokes, I can make skits. But if I ever do like stand-up comedy where the jokes are like planned out, it's so hard to like nail the joke. Like I can say funny things with you guys on the fly because it's just natural, right? You know, class clown energy, whatever. But then, yeah, to actually write a joke down and then like deliver it and say it, it just feels... It feels so unnatural, but like how you do it naturally, or like how you make it sound natural, means you have to like be pretty good at acting. Tim Robinson's great. He is. Yeah, Tim's the best. Tim's one of my favorites right now for sure. What's the next video about? This one's about Craigslist. Craig. Say, mate. Oh, mate. Hard bogan, willing to sport a mullet. And budgie smugglers. It was crazy how many mullets were just like everywhere. In like a lot of the younger guys were playing, what's that called? Australian football or whatever, footy or something. And that was like the look for like college kids, was just mullet, just a mullety hair. And it's fine, you know what I mean? It works. If you're like an athlete, you can get away, and you're young, you can get away looking like you're drunk 24/7, but which maybe they are. Thank you, Danielle. Good to see you. Casual encounters. I never quite understood though. That's like you like saw somebody, and then you're trying to post something, hoping that they like. You like made eye contact with someone at a gas station that that you thought was hot, and then for some reason you think in the back of their mind they're also just as much of a degenerate as you, that they're going to go to Craigslist to like find you. I wonder if that's ever happened. I wonder if like anybody's ever like actually made a connection that way. Thank you for the blessings. A long time ago, back when I was still a broke high school dropout, I used to advertise handyman services on Craigslist. It was actually a pretty good moneymaker for a while, so much. It was actually a pretty good moneymaker for a while, so much that it delayed me starting an actual business because I was making so much money. But over time, the places I was hitting up got weirder and weirder until eventually I had to quit working Craigslist jobs altogether. People sometimes ask if there was one specific job, one specific straw which broke the mule's back, and I always tell them about this one particular encounter. One day I get a call from a dude about putting up some shelves in his place. He's got the shelves, he's got a place he wants them, and he just doesn't have the tools or the skills to put them up. So he gives me a call, we arrange for a time for me to drive over, then I get there with my toolbox for what I figured would be a 30-minute job. But then the second I turned on the street and saw which house I was working in, I started getting one of those weird sinking feelings. That place was a total mess. There's trash on the lawn, there's a rusted car with no wheels propped up in the driveway, and the windows look like they hadn't been cleaned in years. Like I said, I had that bad luck. Yeah, what if someone did find themselves specifically mentioned in like a missed connections post on Craigslist randomly, but then they like specifically remembered the person being so terrifyingly disgusting that they're just like, holy shit, not only do I have to get off of this website and not respond, I should never go to that Walmart ever again. Oh, see you, Misty. The mysterious Misty. Can somebody tell me how many people are in the live chat right now? The counter stopped counting. $441. Okay, nice. 149. Oh my god. 1 million. But like I said, I had the bad luck of being called out to a bunch of different houses like that, and I was starting to get real goddamn sick of it too. I'm not talking about folks too sick or old to take care of themselves. I understand not everyone has the time or energy to keep their places looking like something off of a little house leaflet. Oh, HOA. Whoops. How to end up working with Mr. Ballen. They just reached out to me. Kind of random, honestly. So, very thankful, you know. Counting my blessings there and just crazy. Can I burp you? Yeah, I need to throw up. Oh, Walmart needs to keep those door guards in check. They are cranky and invasive. Door guards. I don't even know. I don't even know if the Walmart around here has guards at the door. They have like big staffs, and you try to walk in and their hands crossed and they're like, "Halt. Halt, patron. Why do you need to enter?"
I'd really like to get a 50-inch flat-screen 4K TV so I can play the PS5 on it.
You may enter. Walmart greeters. Yeah, they should give Walmart greeters a sword. Every Walmart greeter gets a roll of stickers with a smiley faces on it, a helmet in case they fall, and a big-ass fucking scythe. Do I play Black Ops 6? I do not. No. Not really into Call of Duty anymore, sadly. Also, just to strike awareness in the minds of the people, don't bless sounds and look like be less. Bless. Oh yeah, bless you. I usually say bliss, but I suppose it's up to intention, interpretation, perception, and perspective, yeah? Yeah, sounds about right. Do I ever think about blogging? Not really. I don't think I have anything interesting to say in like a blog sense. Wonder if like Marcus Aurelius's like Meditations is actually just the original blog. I'm not talking about folks too sick or old to take care of themselves. I understand that not everyone has the time or energy to keep their places looking like something off of an HOA leaflet. But when a place is so dirty that there's actual fleas hopping around the furniture, you're... oh. But when a place is so dirty there's actual fleas hopping around the furniture, you really wanted to ask a person, how the hell can you make life... What the fuck is this saying? Hopping around the furniture, you really wanted to ask a person, how the hell can you live like this, man? What's wrong with... Oh, okay. Do you think you have high emotional intelligence? I did today because I went into Chipotle at like 9:30, and whenever I went up and they asked if I wanted a burrito or a bowl, I said burrito. And then the woman that asked me if I wanted burrito like looked at her manager and gave this like long sort of like big eye, like, really bro? Because like then I looked down and I saw that she was in the midst of cleaning the panini press burrito bullshit thing. And so my high emotional intelligence told me, this chick does not want to make my fucking burrito. I will take a bowl instead. And then they said, no, we can make it for you. And I said, nope. I can tell you guys fucking hate me. I'm coming in 30 minutes before your entire store closes. God forbid you have to do your job. So I feel like I was pretty emotionally intelligent there. What did I get in the bowl? Honestly, that new like sweet chicken bullshit is just so good with literally anything in it. Danielle, welcome to the Butter Sock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. You gotta ask for the tortilla on the side, unpressed, just microwave it under a damp paper towel. Yeah, I mean, I don't really even care if my tortilla is pressed or not, honestly. Just wanted something. What if she just thought you were attractive? I don't think there were really any thoughts going through her head. Other than get me the fuck out of this job. But when a place is so dirty that there's actual fleas hopping around the furniture, you really wanted to ask a person, how the hell can you live like this, man? What's wrong with you? And this guy was that type. This guy, I'll just call him Jerry, said that he lived with his Aunt Janie, and that we had to be quiet because she was sleeping. I told him, dude, maybe this isn't the best time for me to be hammering walls if your aunt is asleep. But he assured me it was fine, and since the job would be a quick one, she wouldn't mind the interruption. And I'm saying something like, whatever you say, boss. And then I follow him inside and out to a back room, which is where he wanted the shelves up. And then I follow him inside and out to a back room, which is where he wanted the shelves put up. But then right there, on the couch next to where he wants me to put the shelves up, is a pile of blankets with a very human-looking shape underneath. The second I saw it, I whispered, dude, that's not your Aunt Janie, is it? And then he nodded and said, yup. And I told him there's no way that I was hammering the wall right next to her without waking her up. And then right as he's giving me some explanation about how it's fine and she won't mind, something hits me. I start thinking, who the hell's sleeping totally covered up like that? And I'm making my way across the room towards the shelves when I suddenly realize Aunt Janie isn't asleep, is she? I turn to say something to Jerry. I can't quite remember what now, but I turn to see him sliding something heavy in front of the door. I ask what he's doing, and he tells me Fuck, man. As soon as I sneeze like one time, my whole like mouth and nose are just like fucked for like a while. It's like my nose has become stuffy, my throat becomes clogged. I'm possessed. Shit. Allergies, I don't know, man. The allergies have been bad, but if I had actual allergies, I'd be sneezing a lot, I feel like. Honestly, I think it's just the shit, like all the synthetic shit that's coming from all the different blankets and stuff I build around myself. Come on. I'm pretty much in a blanket for it, yeah. Yeah, I'm surrounded by fentanyl. I asked what he's doing, and he tells me the hinge is loose and he needs the car battery in front of it to stop it swinging open. He tries staying all calm and convincing, but I can smell bullcrap immediately. The only reason he wanted to put that thing in the way was to keep me from being able to get out of there fast. Or in other words, he wanted me trapped. To this day, how quickly and how strangely the situation escalated is something that's never been topped for me. In the space of maybe 30 seconds, I went from this poor lady's getting her nap interrupted to realizing she was most likely taking a permanent nap at the hands of the guy I'd just been swapping small talk with. One minute I was there to put up some shelves. The next, I wasn't sure if I was getting out of there alive because right after Jerry tells me that lie about the door not closing properly, he bends down and picks up this hefty-looking metal pipe. I ask him, "What's that for?" Trying to stay as cool as possible, and he responds, "Oh, this thing? Nothing. Just picking it up so you don't trip over it." But he's holding it tight in his hand like a weapon, so I knew he wasn't doing anything out of courtesy for me. I had a gun at home at the time, for home defense, but I didn't go carrying it around with me, well, not always anyway. And so at the... Oh, whoops, I think I skipped a whole paragraph. The story you're reading is fake based off of a real cop's body cam video. The dude's roommate was an old lady dead. Cop came home. Dude moved a big weight and the door keep it closed. Oh. Maybe. Joel, can you get your best old Greg?
I'm old Greg. I have a mangina.
What was the last vacation you went on? I don't even remember, bro. I think it was when I went to Australia. I knew I had to think on my feet and find some excuse to get out of there that didn't Oh, wait. But he's holding it tight in his hand like a weapon, so I knew he wasn't doing anything out of courtesy for me. I knew I had to think on my feet and find some excuse to get out of there that didn't provoke him into trying to hit me with that pipe. But I also knew that there was a real good chance that the guy was going to get violent with me, in which case I had to arm myself. I had a gun at home at the time for home defense, but I didn't go carrying it around with me, not always anyway. So at first I'm thinking, let me see which tools I'm gonna need for this. Oh, it's like dialogue. So at first I say, well, let me see which tools I need for this. And the first thing I pull out of my bag is my claw hammer. I then take a look at the shelves while playing extremely dumb, and then I ask him something along the lines of, I think this is going to wake up your Aunt Janie and make her real mad, dude. I'm a heavy sleeper myself, but I gotta tell you that I'd be waking up with... I'm a heavy sleeper myself, but I gotta tell you that I'd be waking up with someone hammering on a wall right next to my head. And I couldn't believe what he did next. I saw him start relaxing again once I started playing dumb. It was obvious that whoever was under the blanket wasn't just sleeping, but since my best chance of avoiding conflict was playing along, that's what I did. I tell him about his aunt waking up and how it's not a good idea if she's sick or needs rest or whatever, and then this guy walks over to the couch saying, "Nah, it's all right," and then lifts up the blanket and starts yelling, "Aunt Janie, wake up!" She's got a washcloth or something covering her face, but just her face, like a death mask. It might sound kind of weird, but I think that was the creepiest thing about this entire exchange. Seeing this poor old lady with just her face covered after he'd... Seeing this poor old lady with just her face covered after he'd pulled back the blanket. I remember him picking up that metal pipe kind of just makes me... It's a living creature. Remembering him pick up that metal pipe kind of just makes me mad to think about these days. But the image of that piece of cloth or whatever it was covering up her face like he'd sort of, I don't know, taken her face away from her, it creeps me out something awful. Anyway, I still got no chance but to keep playing along, so that's what I keep doing. I said to him, "Damn, she is a sleepy heaver." Jeez, I got actual dyslexia. De fork? What the fork, Your Honor? What the flirp? Do I like tacos al pastor with pineapple? I do. It sounds beautiful. I remember saying, "Damn, she is a heavy sleeper, huh?" And then he says, "I told you, man. She's sick. She's not gonna wake up. It's cool." He had not mentioned anything about her being sick, and that was literally the first time. But still, I just play along with my hammer in my hand, and then I go back to looking through my toolbox and trying to think of another excuse. That was probably the most at risk I felt, because I'm watching Jerry out of the corner of my eye thinking, if he rushes me right now, I'm screwed, because I'm kneeling down with my back to him. I guess that kind of hurried my thought process along, because the next thing I'm thinking is, damn it, I think I brought the wrong Wait, the next thing I can't tell when they're like talking or thinking. Oh, yeah, Aunt Janie's just having a bad trip.
Put a washcloth over my face while I'm high as shit. It'll exfoliate my pores.
I guess that kind of hurried my thought process along, because the next thing I remember saying, damn it, I think I brought the wrong brackets. He gave me a confused look as I stand up again and turn to him, so I knew that I was in the clear in terms of being able to bluff him, which was a huge relief. But I still wasn't out of the woods just yet. He says, "Huh? Brackets?" And so I start explaining I need this special little wooden bracket if I was going to drill into the plaster. It was total nonsense. I could have used whatever the hell kind of bracket I had with me, but Jerry didn't know that, so that's what I went with. I told him all I needed to do was head out to my trunk to get them, and even volunteered to leave my toolbox there because I wasn't going anywhere, and I'd be right back once I grabbed them from my trunk. It hurt knowing that I was about to lose them. That was a couple of $100 in tools at least, but I also knew that that was sort of my ace in the hole when it came to getting out that door, because it completely fooled Jerry into thinking that I was going to be right back. He steps out of the way of the door, moves the car battery so I can actually open it, and then I walk back out to the truck. I don't suspect a thing, and I'm gonna be right back. But then the second I get to my truck, I'm in the driver's seat and gunning the engine like my life depended on it. A few minutes later, I'm pulling into the parking lot of a strip mall and calling 911. I told the dispatcher everything, and she told me if there really was a dead body involved, I was probably going to get a call back from the cops sometime, and she was right. Oh. Joel, you have to ban us from talking about food in here. I'm always hungry here. It's hard not to, because like food's such a nice, easy topic to talk about. You want to eat it, you can shove it in your mouth, and then when you do, it tastes good. And then you live longer, which is cool, usually. Sometimes it makes you live less, but you at least survive the day. Do I like the beach? Yeah, I'm kind of a tropics kind of guy. I enjoy the sunshine and the water. Do I eat Scrapple? I've had it. Have I had it? It's sort of like beef jerky or some shit. Scrapple, what the fuck? It's like charred mush of like fat and stuff. I don't know if I've ever had it like fresh. Scrapple was spam? Oh, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe there's different definitions. Florida sucks. What happened? What did Florida do to you? Have I eaten the little pieces off a Scrabble table? Yes, always. I told the dispatcher everything, and she told me if there really was a dead body involved, I was probably going to get a call back from the cops sometime, and she was right. Just like I suspected, Aunt Janie was dead, and it meant I needed to be fingerprinted so the cops could distinguish mine from anyone else's. I figured right then that it must have been murder, and that Jerry was some psycho who murdered that lady before taking up residence in her home, but that's not actually what happened. Jerry had learning difficulties, pretty serious ones too, and it was actually his aunt lying there dead on the couch. I don't know what happened to his mom and dad, but his aunt had been taking care of him all of his life, and then when she died, he just kind of lost it, refused to accept it, and then only armed himself with that pipe because he thought I was going to separate him from his beloved Aunt Janie. I mean, that's exactly what I was going to do, so I suppose I really was in danger once I was... Oh. Sushi for dinner. Hell yeah, dude. What kind of sushi? Jonah, welcome back for 7 months. Says, hey Joel, congratulations on the new podcast. I listened to both episodes and they rock. Also, I've been hitting the gym. Don't know why it took me so long. That's okay, Jonah. I mean, I think you said you just started college. Like, that's literally when most people start. And, like, I think now, until you're basically 30, just like genetically speaking, well, honestly, for the next 10 years is probably where you'll see most of your gains, right? I think it's kind of like an exponential curve. But yeah, just get on a program, push-pull kind of program, incorporate some cardio, that kind of thing, and try to have somebody teach, if there's nice big muscle men at the gym, go up to them and put your hand on their shoulder and say, make sure you just pissed your pants because you're afraid of them, and lets them know that all their working out is worth it because they terrified you. And you say, do you think you could spot me and teach me how to do this lift right? And they'll be so happy. They were waiting for the day for you to ask them. But I'm just kidding. I'm happy for you, man. That's freaking awesome. Get a new job offer this week that pays significantly better than my current shitty job. Genuinely can't wait to start. That's awesome. That's always a great feeling to just suddenly have like a big jump in income. Healthy snacks, fruits, veggies, lean meat, crackers. Yeah, all that sounds good. I mean, crackers is probably something you can also do, what's it called, if you really want a healthy snack. like rice cakes. There's like the rice cakes are kind of gross. I don't really like them, but they're still carbs, and you can sprinkle a little honey and maybe some cinnamon on it, maybe even a small amount of almond butter, and they're real yummy. What's up, Delia? What is going on? Yeah, fruit, veggies, lean meats, and crack. Just make sure you smoke it from a clean pipe. We're not using any... We all got our own special pipe. Have I been to New York City? I have. And I have had mixed experiences. The starch in rice cakes is so bad for blood sugar spikes. Also pair with a protein. I don't know. I've heard if it's like a brown sugar rice cake or something like that, it takes a little while for your sugar to spike. But I mean, it's probably not any different than like crackers overall. I mean, I guess there are certain like short-acting carbs versus long-acting carbs that take a little while to break down, affecting your insulin in different ways, but I really wouldn't worry too much about rice cakes. But honestly, rice cakes are kind of gross. But yeah, you kind of have to add stuff, peanut butter, blueberries, that sounds amazing. Maybe like a breakfast, if you did need something quick before the gym, like 2 hours before the gym, or an hour. Oh, apple butter, hell yeah. Yeah, I guess objectively speaking, rice cakes are kind of whack. But they are something, you know? And honestly, if you get into the world of like working out, you do have to have those days where you're just like, I don't fucking like any of this food, but I gotta eat it. You miss New York? Yeah, you know, I guess it just depends on what you're there to do and whatever, but I don't know. Every time I've gone there, it's just like a nonstop sense of hostility from the people you drive next to the random encounters that you have. Every person is like slightly apprehensive and mean and frustrated and probably going to throw you in front of a subway car. Yeah. They ain't nice. I mean, I'm sure there's nice ones. I just remember like eating at a diner, and it was a big glass diner. It was great food. Food was great, super expensive. It was like the shittiest diner you could expect, where like somebody, like I could literally see where to the bathroom there was like a little sliver underneath the door, and I'm eating right there, and some dude with a little sliver under the door, I can see his shadow as he's sitting on a shitter right next to me, taking a dump somehow. But I'm having some of the best orange chicken and jasmine rice I've ever had. You know, that kind of canceled out with the aroma of shit. But, you know, I had some entertainment because right next to me at the window where I was sitting, there was a group of young teens who, these boys had their shirts off, and they went up to the glass where I was sitting. I don't know why they selected me. Maybe I have a face of, you select sometimes, and they just start like licking the glass, just like, like, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck was going through their head, but they were just licking the fucking glass very creepily. The one who was doing it had like braces and like spiked hair, and it was just so corny. It was like out of a movie in some ways, but it's just sort of like that, like, you know, like laughing like they're in like some sort of cyberpunk future or some shit. It reminded me almost of like Lilo and Stitch licking. Yeah, it was very gross. It wasn't necessarily an island boy, but that the kid was as skinny as the island boys. My life is a movie. I mean, my life is not a movie, but it's only a movie whenever I go to, like when I travel. It seems like anytime I travel, somewhat like people are just different everywhere you go, and it's not always the greatest thing. Yeah, I should have fed him through the window. That would have been funny. What's a good tasting protein powder that actually works? I mean, from what's researched, whey protein is technically the most bioavailable one you can take, right? But I do understand that sometimes it can taste so gross, so you'd have to experiment with it to like find a good one. You can also get like egg white protein. Maybe you can do like a mixture or something, but that can kind of be powdery and you're drinking hard to mix. Nice thing about whey protein is it mixes in anything. I usually put it in milk if it's in the morning. But it's probably best to get most of your sources of protein from like food, or like, you know, not just whey protein, but like eggs and meat and lean bullshit and yeah, curds and whey. Collagen protein powder is best. Collagen protein powder. I mean, I've heard of collagen powder, but I'm not sure if the collagen, is it like a mixture where you get the collagen and the whey protein? Because there's collagen that says it has protein, but it's not the same as whey protein, you know what I mean? Where is Mr. Ballen? He's on YouTube. He is also on podcasts. But yeah, he's not in here right now. That would be nice if he made a stop by. I'd be very, very thankful to it, but I understand, a busy fella. I mean, that's exactly what I was going to do, so I suppose I really was in danger once I was in that room with his dead aunt. But after the cops told me about his situation and how I had grounds to press charges for wrongful detainment or whatever they called it, I just declined. But after the cops told me about his situation and how I had grounds to press charges for wrongful detainment, I just declined. I felt bad for the guy. He didn't understand that his aunt was gone, or if he did, he sure as hell wasn't ready to let her go. Now don't get it twisted, if he'd have come at me with that pipe, I'd have taken his goddamn head off. But finding out that he wasn't some monster, just a confused, heartbroken hermit with the mind of a child, that totally changed how I looked at it. It made me realize how much danger I was putting myself in by visiting random homes like that. When I step inside, I become part of their world and part of their stories. And some people's stories don't have happy endings. Anyone listen to Radio Rental? I never heard of it. Is it kind of like Radiohead? Do I sleep in complete silence? I'll sit and watch like Hearthstone Battleground videos for a while till my eyes start to like close on their own. And then I put on some sort of like ambient sleep music just to pass out to, but it's usually the same shit. Radio Rental is great. It's a horror podcast. Oh yeah, are they with Ballen Studios? Radio Rental. Welcome to Radio Bazaar, real life horror stories told by those who live them. Oh, okay. So the people that happen to them get to tell it. It's pretty cool. Do I like Jawbreaker? Is that the candy or is that a band? Or is that a podcast? Oh, there's a movie, Jawbreaker. It's hit or miss lately. Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, listen to the Brown Note. Oh, wait. Rainn Wilson? Does he host the Brown Note? Or what does he host? Am I gonna sing? Me. Yeah, no, yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah, oh. No, do, 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 li, li, di, 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 oh, do, do, do. Yeah, do, do. It's giving James Charles. What the fuck does that mean? You should just say that to anyone, anytime anybody does fucking anything at all. Just no matter what the fuck it is, just say it's like if they trying their best. Like if I showed you this podcast, I want you to tell me it's giving James Charles. You should leave that as don't leave that as a review on the podcast, but that would be so fucking funny. Oh my god. Like somebody just like pours their heart and soul into something to impress you, and you're like, it's giving James Charles. It's giving gay pedophile right now. I don't know if I can get down with it. You guys are funny. The internet's just so funny, like the shit that people say. It sounds like an Italian church. Bibbidi bobbidi wooska sessini. James Charles. No, don't leave any bad reviews, please. Or if you do, 5-star it, because it's earned it. Did he get like a BBL? I hope so, man. We got matching BBLs, me and him. It's giving double cheeked up on a Thursday afternoon. No thanks. Thank you. From an Italian, yeah. All right. Hey guys, hey sisters. I'm going back to school to become a priest. I'm going to be the new pope. Holy shit, imagine if he was the pope. Oh, that'd be so fucking funny. We're going to set things right with God. But we're going to do it sassy-like. We're going to give God a makeover. The papacy won't know what hit him. In my senior year of high school, my dad said that if I got myself a job to pay for gas money, he'd give me the keys to his old... Oh, shit, dude. It's giving James Charles. I got this like throat spray, but it like doesn't shoot in like a spray formation. It shoots just like a straight up dart right in the back of your throat. And it's kind of hard to cover the surface area of the affected area. Yeah, so it literally squirts. Okay. In my senior year of high school, my dad said that if I got myself a job to pay for gas money, he'd give me the keys to his old Dodge. Then when a friend of mine said that she found babysitting jobs on Craigslist, I fucked that whole thing up. Let me do it again. In my senior year of high school, my dad said that if I got myself a job to pay for gas money, he'd give me the keys to his old Dodge. Then when a friend of mine said that she'd found babysitting jobs on Craigslist, I started looking there to see if I could find anything nearby. But while I was looking, I found a kind of sitting job that was somehow both very familiar and very different to babysitting. Dog sitting. And the first time I saw an ad, I sort of thought, no way, this is actually an option? Now, I was psyched to see an ad like that, not because it meant taking care of a dog, and I am very much a dog person, but because a lot of the babysitter... I got the throat spray off Craigslist, yeah.
Here you go. Here you go.
It's a James Charles original throat spray. I make it myself. It's used. Gently used. What happened at the end of the Rick story? I don't even know. Which one was Rick? Was that... that was early, wasn't it? I think Rick's dead. Yeah. The only way you can use it is he has to walk up and spray it in your own throat. Have to ring a little bell to get him to come down. Be right there, sister. Too much. It's too much. It's too fucking much. Sorry. He flies away on a unicorn. See you later. But because a lot of the babysitter wanted posts said applicants needed experience. Oh, I read that completely wrong. The fairy spray mother. I was excited to see an ad like that, not because it meant taking care of a dog, and I am very much a dog person, but because a lot of the babysitter wanted posts said applicants needed experience. I had zero experience babysitting, but my family had a dog, so I felt confident saying that I had the wherewithal to take care of a pooch while its owners were away. While its owner was away. Take care of a poop. Just peeled a dozen eggs. I bet the smell is amazing. Smells like a brand new BBW. Or no, BBL. What was I saying? No. I had zero experience babysitting, but my family had a dog, so I felt confident saying that I had the wherewithal to take care of a pooch while its owner was away. I called the person who posted the ad and ended up sitting for this boxer dog named Charlie for a few hours, and then the rest is history. I was hooked. These days, I run a dog grooming and walking service in upstate New York. I won't try to milk this for free advertising, I promise, and dogs are my whole entire universe right now. But it hasn't always been smooth sailing, and back during my dog-sitting days, I had a few close calls that had me rethinking my entire business strategy. When I told my dad, just in case with the tenses, sorry for coming here late, big dog, but how'd this amazing twist of news happen? And are you going to get into the history on how a hot dog became a sandwich? I hope so. Today, we find out how a hot dog became a sandwich on a twist of history. A Brazilian butt whop. Yeah. But Justin, thank you so much. Yeah, dude. They just reached out and we've been just hitting it hardcore style, BBW style from like day one for a couple months, and we're already on like 6 episodes in, and there is no turning back, baby. We are in it to win it. Oh yeah, I still haven't seen the Tim Robinson show on Netflix. Oh wait, I have seen the one on Netflix where I think You Should Leave, but I haven't seen the movie. I know he's in like a movie with Paulsif Rudson. Thank you, Taryn. I'll be listening every time just for you. Thank you, dude. Yeah, honestly, give me your honest opinion. Be sure to leave a review. Like, I want honest opinions on it because, you know, any sort of feedback does really help to kind of like refine how I approach things and all that kind of stuff. 55 burgers, 55 fries, 155 taters. Oh man, he is it's like, I don't even know, like, is he a genius? I would say he's a genius. He's like a comedic genius. Like, he was able to, somehow Tim Robinson was able to take my humor in 7th grade and make a career out of it. He just like didn't change ever at all. And I love that. That is amazing. A hot dog with bun and toppings. I wouldn't mind eating a hot dog with a hamburger bun. Or it'd be funny to go into Chipotle right before they close and... Can I get a hot dog? Yeah, that's one skit. He has a whole fucking show. Him and Eric Andre are yeah, they're so good. Wait, were you talking about the movie? Because I've definitely seen I Think You Should Leave. All seasons. And like the Ghost Tour is like definitely one of my favorites. Me and my friend reference it all the time. He's like, don't go in there, Shirt Brother. Shirt Brother. There's no rules anymore. Nardwuar interviewing Eric Andre is good. Yeah, I wonder how Nardwuar, like, he always like has something on somebody where he's like, no, what about this? What about this? And then he pulls out like a murder weapon from somebody they killed on a highway like 20 years ago. What? Where'd you find that? Tyler, the creator. Do you recall on the night of August 22nd, 1999? What happened at the border of Canada? Nothing. Nothing happened. Oh, really? We have the footage. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Are you the feds? When I told my dad I could find dog-sitting jobs online, he seemed super skeptical about it, and I guess he had to be right. This was back before absolutely everything was done online, so the idea of his teenage daughter heading over to some total stranger's house seemed crazy to him. But once I assured him I wouldn't travel too far, and wouldn't come home too late at night, and wouldn't sit for anyone I hadn't talked with extensively on the phone first, he relented. I didn't just say all that to placate him either, and it might sound harsh, but I didn't respond to ads posted by... It might sound harsh. What story are we on? We are on story... number 3. Nardwuar is a Canadian political necessity. That's why Pierre lost. He did not accept Nardwuar's invite. That's funny. Nardwuar. Nardwuar. Hey, Cindy, what's up? Okay. I didn't just say all that to placate him either, and it might sound harsh, but I didn't respond to ads posted from rougher parts of the city or the wider county. I had my brand new truck to worry about, and I had to drive home late from these places too, so I was very discerning when it came to the jobs I took. But more fool on me, I guess. But I was even more the fool, I guess, because that's what had me responding to this one ad without any reservations at all. The address was a real nice part of town with big front lawns, 3-story homes, with things like fountains or statues in the driveway. That was another nice part about dog sitting too. Some of the houses you got to visit and make believe like it was yours. So the second I saw that address, I was down. First off, this ad was offering $80 for just 4 hours from 7 p.m. until 11 p.m., and with most other dog-sitting jobs paying around $30 to $40 for the same sort of hours, I could have seen that as a red flag that... Oops. $55 burgers, 55 fries, 155 tots. The demon creature that's just tweaking this whole time on the top screen. What the fuck is that thing? Yeah, I don't know. That's just Seattle. It's just a live live security footage outside of a gas station in Seattle. Let me get a number 6 with extra dip. And with most other dog-sitting jobs paying about $30 to $40 for the same sort of hours, I should have seen that as the red flag that it was, I guess. But I also figured, hey, these rich people, of course, they're going to pay more than the average. So being greedy, I read on and instantly I understood why they were offering so much cash. They had a very boisterous, borderline hyperactive 2-year-old named Rufus, who was a Great Dane. And for those that don't know, and I guess the clue is kind of in the name, but Great Danes are, well, great. They're big dogs, I mean really big dogs. The kind of dogs you see at a distance and think, what am I even looking at here? Is that a small horse or am I tripping? And at the dog groomers, young Great Danes are the only dog we still find genuinely intimidating because they can be very, very boisterous, and they do not know their own strength very well either. And even back then, I knew that they'd be a lot to handle. But with my heart set on playing some make-believe in that big old house and maybe getting to make friends with a dog that outweighs me by about 50 pounds, I thought to myself, why not? And gave them a call. And the lady I spoke to was super nice, and we talked all about Rufus and what a handful he could be. She said that, in her opinion, the best action would be for her... Nardwar. Is YouTube letting you gift memberships again? Yeah, I figured out I can do it from the main screen, so definitely let me know what we're at and I will match it faux show. Nardwar. What do I get with a membership? Just a few bucks a month. So there's like bonus content. There's like a playlist for bonus content. There's probably like 30 videos, 30 plus videos at this point. So it's like quite a bit of content that you can like binge the minge. I just got here. You team up with Ballen Studios. Heck yeah, baby. The link is above, pinned up the top. A whole new podcast with 2 episodes is out now. It's called A Twist of History. Anywhere you listen to podcasts, check it out, baby. It's good shit. And Justin Ballas, thank you so much for the 5 gifters to Cindy, Punky0683, Elisa, Ashley Rosegold, and Debbie Bennett. Thank you so much, Justin. Somebody keep track. Yeah, you get my attention. That's all we're here for, right? Sometimes I forget that I'm streaming. I'm just like, oh, I like become sentient in my head. I'm like, oh shit, who are these fucking people? I want to go fucking jerk off and fall asleep and eat a burrito. I gotta get out of here. I'm 5 foot nothing, and I've been that tall since I was... Okay, so she said that in her opinion that... Oh, right, here we are. She said that, in her opinion, the best course of action would be for her to lock Rufus in the home's kitchen with a bunch of food and water. I'm 5 foot nothing, and I've been that tall since I was 17, so even back then I've been in serious trouble if old Rufus took a disliking to me. So after being secured in the kitchen, it was my job to just sit in the TV room and listen to make sure Rufus wasn't freaking out too hard that his mommy and daddy were away. I asked if I could meet him first, at least from the other side of the toddler gate that they installed on the kitchen. In the kitchen. Nardware. What theme of the stories? This is Craigslist stories. Nardware. You're 6'1" with money? Oh my god. Don't talk to me till you're 6'4" with a big sack of golden potatoes. Are you looking forward to the season 5 of Stranger Things, and what do you think is going to happen? I haven't watched Stranger Things probably since season 2. I'm kind of a season 2 sort of guy, you know what I mean? I make it through for the first season, which is like what people like, and then you get to season 2 and you kind of start to see that the show's sort of a fraud. I'm not saying the show's a fraud. I just I don't know. I just didn't get too into it. But I am very excited for Love, Death, and Robots season 4, I think. I'm going to start from the beginning of it since they're all kind of short, and then just watch them all again and watch the 4th season. It's perfect time to read the Craigslist Toyota Corolla ad. I don't remember. Did I read that in the past? Got any cowboy scary stories? A goat chased me through a fence when I was small. Were you a little cowboy? The spin-off show Normal Things. Stranger Things, man. Stuff that make you go boomba-clot. I asked if I could meet him first, at least from the other side of the toddler gate that they installed in the kitchen. Rufus would be able to smell me in the other room, and unless he knew I was cool, he would almost certainly freak out if he thought a stranger was in the house. The lady said that was fine. She just didn't want him up close just in case he knocked me down and I wasn't. The lady said that was fine. She just didn't want him up close just in case he knocked me down and I wanted to sue. I laughed and said that I'd never do that, and she laughed too, but still said, "You never know." And once we were done, I thanked the lady for the opportunity and said that I couldn't wait to meet her in person. Oh, over the phone. Okay, yeah. Do I have a kink? Yeah, my kink is a loving and caring, normal relationship where we have a family and you never divorce me and take all my stuff. "17 children, yeah." I saw somebody that had they just posted a picture of themselves or something where it was like they had probably 8 kids, right? You know, big family, huge family compared to normal, right? Ew, family. No, I know, but it was like, okay, 8 kids, right? And then somebody earnestly in the comments with a lot of likes was like, "Oh my God, you can tell someone has a breeding kink." And I'm thinking what? A breeding kink? You mean having sex and procreating like humans have done since the fucking dawn of time? I'm like, if they have a fucking breeding kink, wait till, have you seen, I don't know, literally any fucking nation on planet Earth before? Did you know that there's over 1 billion people in India? Do they all have a breeding kink? I don't even know. It just, people are so weird. That is a real kink. But I don't understand. How can that be a real kink? Everyone would have that kink. You have an innate drive within your body to make a baby with somebody, sometimes, usually, or the desire for sex is the motivation for that. So, I don't know. Yeah, is that not just instinct within the human's brain? Pregnancy? No. Breeding kink? Yep. That would actually be really funny too. Whenever someone announces they're pregnant, just be like, "Ew, breeding kink." Comment that under their Facebook. And then when the baby is born, saying, "It's giving James Charles." That's like saying sex is an addiction. I remember there was this one guy, I won't disclose who it was, and it wasn't me, just in case you make the joke, but it was he had some weird problem where, well, not even a weird problem, but basically he would go into Craigslist style stuff and cheat on his wife. Not good, folks, not good, don't do it. And then he would, this is gross, but he would jerk off at work under his table in his office. And then I don't think he got fired for that, but he like had told somebody about it after he got caught cheating on his wife. And then, all that was said and done. It was James Charles, yes. Now, after all that was said, just kidding. After it was all said and done, he told the person that he had a sex addiction. And I was just thinking, like, I don't think that's much of a sex addiction, my friend. I think that just sounds like you're kind of a fucking weirdo. Because it doesn't sound like there's a whole lot of sex involved in the situation. It just sounds like, for some reason, your wiener is whipped out underneath a desk. Directly into the... yeah, it was Todd Packer. It was an episode of The Office, yes. Wait, is that what happened on The Office? Did he actually jerk off under his desk? Because that'd be hilarious. I haven't seen that. The lady said that was fine. She just didn't want him to close just in... oh my god, I can't read. The lady said that was fine. She just didn't want him up close just in case he knocked me down and I wanted to sue. I laughed and said I'd never do that, and she just laughed and still said, dude, I don't even know where I am on this story. She laughed too, but still said, you never know. And once we were done, I thanked the lady for the opportunity and said that I couldn't wait to meet her in person. She thanked me in return and then said that she'd see me in a couple of days. And I was genuinely excited. It was a special job with a special dog and a really special house too. But if I'd have had any inkling of what I'd almost walk into... But if I'd have had any inkling of what I almost walked into, there's no way I'd have showed up that night. So I drove over in my dad's old Dodge, and the house was just as incredible as I expected it to be. The lady was just as nice too, and while her husband carried on... Yeah, I have a not reading addiction. Anytime I can just look at chat and not do my job, that's what I'm addicted to. Also, scrolling. Do you think surgical tech is a good job? Yeah, it's a good job. You just scrub in, scrub out, help where you can and get paid, or maybe you have to, I think sometimes you have to prepare or maybe that's sterile processing, I forget. Surge tech. I'm just trying to think. I feel like I always thought the nurses assisted in... I didn't really work in the OR much. Oh my god. I drove over in my dad's old Dodge, and the house was just as incredible as I expected it to be. The lady was just as nice too, and while her husband kept going on getting ready upstairs for their date night... The lady was just as nice too, and while her husband was getting ready upstairs for their date night, she walked me into the kitchen to go over some ground rules. I didn't want to be rude and interrupt, but literally the second she walked into the kitchen, I was thinking, where's Rufus? The lady went all over the house. My god, dude, I'm running out of words in my brain. The lady went over all the house rules, which were pretty much all the standard stuff. No boys, no trying to fill the hot tub, and no ordering pay-per-views as a thing, okay. The lady went over all the house rules, which was pretty much all the standard stuff. No boys, no trying to fill the hot tub, and no ordering pay-per-views on the TV. But then when she was done, I asked, so, where's Rufus? And without missing a beat, she says, Rufus is in the basement. To which I respond, okay, well, can I meet him? But her face kind of just drops a little before saying back, that won't be happening, I'm afraid. Sorry. There was a pause before I respond, that wasn't part of the agreement. I'd much prefer if you could introduce us a little so he doesn't mind me being here while all of you head out. And that's when the lady says, me and my husband talked about that and we decided it wasn't a very good idea. I'd done enough dog-sitting jobs at that point to know that actually the reverse isn't a good idea. And if they really wanted me to be safe and Rufus to be chill, she should introduce me so he got an idea of my scent and that I was a friend. I made my point firmly but politely, enough to think that the woman might have actually changed her mind. But when I was done, she looked at me with this total stone-cold look in her eyes and told me, no. I didn't even really know what to say at that point. I'd never had anyone just sort of get turned like that. Too turnt. Too furious. Too fast for y'all, dog. Oh my god. Anything else going on? I'm bored and I don't feel like reading anymore. Anything cool in the world happening? Nothing suspicious behind you. It would be funny through like the blankets to like see an eye peeking through. Joel, tell everyone why Mad Max Fury Road is the second best movie of all time next to Speed Racer. I haven't seen Speed Racer. Was that with Gyllenhaal or who was that with again? Mad Max Fury Road. I'm not sure if that was my favorite movie, honestly. I feel like I don't know. I feel like there was a lot more to the story that I kind of missed out on. Let's read current events. Okay. TikTok brain Candy Crush playing zombie. What are you even saying? What is anybody even saying anymore? I didn't even really know what to say at that point. I'd never had anyone just sort of turn on me like that before. Sure, it was just a minor change to our arrangement. Sure, it was just a minor change to our arrangement, but what bothered me so much more was the way this woman's attitude just seemed to totally switch. She'd been the nicest lady ever up until then, and then when I insisted on meeting Rufus, she started acting like I was asking to poop in their washing machine. This super firm no, like I was completely in the wrong for even asking. The only thing I could think to ask was, why do you guys keep Rufus in the basement? Are you sure he's going to be okay down there? She didn't lose her temper with me, not entirely, but she did march over to the basement door to gesture to it like there was nothing. She didn't lose her temper with me, not entirely, but she did march over to the basement door to gesture to it like there was nothing wrong. She says, "There's the basement. Rufus is downstairs. All you have to do is keep your ears peeled for any signs of distress and call us if there are any distressing things." Guys, click that like button, please, if you could. Click it, click it, click it. In front of the Polybius game. That'd be funny. Did you know about the new color that just dropped? It's called Olo and can only be seen through precision targeting of the M cones with lasers. That's fucking nuts, dude. My whole house is painted Olo. They named the technique Oz because it makes you see a profoundly saturated teal. I gotta look this up. I wonder if I can see it. I've been seeing Olo for years. Oh. That is profoundly saturated. Perhaps the color of a peacock. Who's even in charge of finding new colors? You think we would have found them all already? That's like somebody's PhD, just like looking at different coloring books all day. We got a new color before GTA 6, yeah. We got a GTA 6 trailer too before GTA 6. And she says, there's the basement. Rufus is downstairs. All you have to do is keep your ears peeled for any signs of distress and call us if there are any. There are any? If there are distress? Oh, any signs, okay. And she says, there's the basement. Rufus is downstairs. All you have to do is keep your ears peeled for any signs of distress and call us if there are any. What's so hard to understand? I remember looking at the basement door and feeling super uneasy that all I could hear was silence. 90% of the time when a dog is locked away like that and they know a stranger is in the house, they start barking and scratching. Even if they're a super well-behaved dog, they might not bark, but they're sure as hell... And even if they're a super well-behaved dog, they might not bark, but they're sure as hell coming to the door to take a sniff of whoever's on the other side. So the fact that there was total silence coming from the other side had me questioning if there was even a dog down there to begin with. I think by then, my suspicion meter was dipping into the red zone. Alarm bells were blaring in my head, and it was like a whole Chinese Olympic opening ceremony of red flags waving in front of me. I knew I wanted to leave right then and there. If they were willing to switch up the agreement at the last minute, there was also a chance they'd choose not to pay me the agreed amount of money, too. All business is essentially the same at any level. You could run a single-chair barbershop or own a multinational company, but the principle is the same. You need to trust... I don't know why this is necessary at all. You need trust between buyers and sellers, and without it, you got nothing. I think I'm just going to delete that. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know why we're getting like a business lesson in the midst of a fake dog in the basement. What are my thoughts on big age gaps in relationships? What are we talking, like 20 and 85? I think that's perfect. That's the Playboy Mansion age gap. It's exactly what we're going for. Justin's married to a 77-year-old. Honestly, I think a lot of like politicians, like male politicians, are married to like much older women, like 10 to 15 years. I mean, I guess I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? As long as no one's doing anything bad or hurting anyone, and there's not like exploitative means or whatever. But sometimes you have to wonder though, whenever there's like those big age gaps like that, like what do they even talk about? What do they talk about? Their toys? Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah. Heard all my boy toys. We're going to talk about Xbox. Your parents were 18 years apart. Yeah, I don't know. You know what I mean? The world has... Everyone's got a breeding kink. On planet Earth, they don't give a fuck. Everybody's just some monkey trying to fucking make another replica of themselves, you know what I mean? Am I a Playboy bunny? I am. I wander around the halls of the mansion wondering where everyone went. Can you imagine? That actually would be creepy as shit. Like some like old Playboy from the year 1965 goes to an abandoned Playboy mansion and just like wanders around the mansion wearing one of the bunny suits. Where are you? Where are you, Herbert? Wait, what's the guy's name? Herbert? I forget his name. The guy who, like, owned all of it. Is he dead? Would you be comfortable dating someone that's much younger or older than you? I don't know, man. I have no idea. I guess at a certain point it really wouldn't be that big of a difference. Like if you were, like if I'm, I don't know, 40 and 30, at that point, like, who fucking cares? I'm 6 years younger than my husband, but it doesn't seem that bad. No, I think 6 years is pretty normal. Hugh Hefner, that's right. Where are you, Hugh? Hubert. I'm here, your sassy little bunny. Still waiting for my paycheck. I've been single for ages, too scared to be betrayed to date. Oh. Well, yeah, that's kind of hopefully part of the game of, like, just determining, you know what I mean, like finding a good person that you get along with. I mean, that's all that really matters at the end of the day is, do you guys get along and do you like each other? And hopefully there's no weird sort of mismatch in like power dynamic of like hurting, you know what I mean? I don't know. But I don't think you should like withhold yourself from the world because you're afraid to get hurt. I mean, that's just sadly part of the process. You were 14 years older than your ex. Interesting. What was your ages? 7 years younger than my husband, and he tries to pull the listen to your elders on me. That's funny, yeah. I just got a 10-year relationship where we were 10 years apart. Interesting. Was that ever, what was your experience? Was it like, did you have stuff to talk about, or was it like purely physical, you know what I mean? Like, or at least built upon that, I suppose. I guess a lot of relationships are kind of built upon physicality, initially at least. I would never date someone 10 years older than me ever again, though. Okay, that's fair, yeah. But Joel, it's like, how do you know when they'll say anything because they like how you look? Oh, like you want them to come up to talk to you and stuff, or is that what you're saying? I guess I mean, it's tough. Like sometimes you have to give guys like hints because they're kind of, you know what I mean? Like they don't really pick up on subtleties very often, but you just have to give them kind of like obvious hints and try to hang out with them in social situations where, you know, they're around their friends. So you can see how they're around their friends, and maybe they're around your friends and all that kind of stuff, and just kind of leave it open-ended, you know what I mean? My experience is that as long as you're dating an immature man 8 to 10 years older, it's really not weird at all. Yeah, there you go. Just make sure they like Fortnite. Fortnite, baby, Fortnite! Yeah! Yeah, I guess as long as everyone's happy and no one like feels hurt or, you know, there's nothing negative going on. I was with a girl over 15 years older than me for over a decade. Wow, I haven't talked about it in a while, and she passed away some years. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. We got along super well. Similar sense of humor is huge. Yeah, sorry, Jackie Chan, that's crazy. That is a big age gap for sure. Yeah, just create a clone, date yourself. I knew I wanted to leave right then and there. If they were willing to switch up the agreement at the last minute, there was also a chance they'd choose not to pay me the agreed amount of money, too. And so my foot is already like halfway out the door, and I'm thinking if I do end up sitting... And so my foot is already halfway out the door, and I'm thinking if I do end up sitting for this family, it's probably going to be a one-time only thing. And then without even me really thinking about it, I just blurted out, "Is there even a dog down there?" It wasn't even fully Fucking shite. I wasn't even fully invested in the idea that there wasn't a dog down there. In fact, it was more like I was concerned about some kind of animal cruelty situation. I pictured some old hound lying on a doggy bed down there, tired and neglected, and maybe that's why they didn't want me to see him. So when I accused her of lying to me, it was actually more of a bluff call than anything else. I figured the lady would get super offended, and that's my question. Shoot.
Frickin' crap, man. Frickin' crap.
Do you think they should just get rid of marriage? Like, honest question. Like, if there was no legal thing that marriage serves within the sense of, like, I don't know, tax benefits. I mean, like, yeah, it just gay. They only keep gay marriage. That's all you get. That's what's going to happen under Joe Biden too. Electric Boogaloo. Gay Biden. It's just paperwork, but like, I want a single person right off with the... Yeah, I know, right? And what is the tax benefit of... Let's check it out. Check it out. What's the tax benefit of marriage? Mirage. Quickest way to lose half your fortune in divorce. Yeah, that's the scary part, I guess, man. Alright. When both spouses have unequal incomes, combining them often results in lower overall tax rate than filing separately. Oh, okay. For example, if one spouse earns $90K and the other earns $20K, their combined income is $110,000. Might fall into a more favorable bracket together than if taxed individually. 2, higher standard deduction. In 2025, the standard deduction, single filers, $14,600, married filing jointly, $29,200, so married couples could get double the standard deduction. Access to more tax credits, earned income tax credit, child tax credit, education credits like the American Opportunity Credit, Savers Credit, the Mr. Pickleball Credit, the just starting a podcast on Ballen Studios credit. I should get that. I shouldn't have to pay taxes for a podcast that ranks number 1 on day 1, baby. Let's go. Dun, 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 dun. Have you seen Warfare? I haven't. Is it good? Is Justin asexual? Yeah, I think he reproduces via apoptosis. What story are we on? This is story 3. It's quite strange. I feel like nothing's happened though yet. I figured the lady would get super offended, that my question might just be the last straw and that she'd end up either showing me Rufus or asking me to leave. She did neither. Instead, her tone turned super sweet again and said something like, "Of course there's a dog down there, sweetie. Here, listen." Then she bangs her fist on the basement door and yells, "Rufus, you alright down there?" And then I heard, "Oof, oof, oof," coming from the basement. But instead of reassuring and relieving me, I felt this icy cold feeling run down my spine. Because if there's one thing I am 100% sure of from that encounter, it's that whatever made that woof sound was not a dog. It was human. I knew it was a person making that sound. The lady knew it was a person, and she knew that I knew it was a person down there too. I could tell just from the look on her face, the way she went from all sweet to kind of nervous. I don't know if those pretend barks worked on other people, but they sure as hell didn't work on me. Because after a few seconds of awkward eye contact, I turned around, walked out of that house, and made a beeline for my car. I guess the lady figured that she could maybe shame me into coming back because she started yelling all this mean stuff as I sped away walking to my car. And then the last thing I heard before I zoomed off down the street was her offering to double the money that I was being paid. But honestly, She could have tripled it, quadrupled it even. Quadrupled it even. She could have tripled it, quadrupled it even. I'd have still wanted out of that faster than you can say, that ain't no dog. Woof, woof. Snagglepuss is in the basement. Bark, bark, darling. Bark, bark. Double the trouble. It's fucking Team Rocket in the basement. Arf, arf.
Hey sisters, it's me in the basement, James Charles here. Coming at you with a brand new BBL that I just installed. That would be hilarious. Imagine if James Charles could like remove his BBL and like implant newer ones each day of differing sizes. So some days he's just like super caked up, but then other days he's like traveling on like a plane and stuff, so he can kind of like interchange a lesser cheeky version. And but I still feel like if you were sitting on a long plane ride, you might still want to be caked up just so you have a little bit of padding. I wonder if that's what happened. Also, I'm a little bit disappointed that he didn't just go to the fucking gym. Just bulk a little, bro. Come on. Hit them squats, boyo. Jeez. Quadruple it even. Okay. But honestly, she could have tripled it, quadrupled it even. Goddamn. James Charles takes steroids. That'd be so good. But honestly, she could have tripled it, quadrupled it even, and I'd still have wanted out of there. I don't know why, that's really hard to say. Quadrupled it even, quadrupled it even, quadrupled it even. Okay. But honestly, she could have tripled it, quadrupled it even, and I'd still have wanted out of there faster than you can say, that ain't no dog. When I got home, Dad obviously wanted to know why I was home early, and then when I told him, he just about exploded and ran to the cops. His complaint boiled down to... Oh my god, James Charles cosplaying Snagglepuss for a Halloween makeover. That would be cool. Honestly, Snagglepuss kind of sounds like Kevin Spacey a little bit. Oh, that's so impressive. You're curious about the little boys in my basement? Hey, Veronica, thank you. He's too young to know the cartoon. I thought he was my age. Maybe he's not. The spider from Sunny Patch. See, maybe I'm too old to know that one. Let's look it up. I gotta be kept up to date with all the cool stuff. Spider from Sunny Patch. Oh, Sunny Patch Kids? Oh my god. Oh my god. No, that's not James. I swear I've seen that meme used somewhere before. I don't know if it's for... Maybe it was for James Charles. That's funny. That is a ghoulish beast, though. Is Pierce Brosnan sexy? Is he still alive? Pierce Brosnan's one of those ones where I think he knew he like peaked in the old James Bond and then just hasn't appeared in the public ever since. Oh, he's looking pretty good. Holy shit. 72 years old. And honestly, if he appeared in a James Bond movie as like maybe, dude, as a villain or even like some sort of cameo of sorts, I think he would do really, really well. He definitely is Silver Foxing it up, dude. Damn, he even let the beard grow a little bit. He escaped containment. Alright. His complaint boiled...
I cannot say this right. His complaint boiled down to, these slippery sons of bitches tried to trick my little girl into being alone in the house with some weirdo down in the basement. And so the cops drove over to that big old house in that nice part of town to figure out what the hell was going on. They called back the next day, saying they'd inspected the basement and that nothing was going on. There was no dog bed down there, no people either, just a regular old basement full of junk and old boxes. They did, however, make it very clear that if I hadn't felt safe there, I'd done the right thing to walk away. Wait, did they confirm that there was a dog at all? Because having no dog at all would be quite creepy. You're in my basement? Hey, so am I. I don't see you down here. We can change Pradeep's litter. Heavens to Murgatroyd. They did, however, make it clear that if I hadn't felt safe there, I'd done the right thing in walking away. Dad told me stuff like that is... Dad told me that stuff like that is why he'd been so nervous about the idea of me staying in people's houses. He said most folks are good, kind-hearted people who want quiet, peaceful lives, but it only takes one single, solitary individual to ruin a good thing and spoil it for everybody else. He also said there's sometimes a difference between people who... What? Put that snaggle pussy away. A playlist for what? You caught your stalker like in a trap that had like cheese in it or something? In a sticky trap? It's just like your stalker like, my face, let me go. I'm suffering in here. I know you've been following me. I work at Walmart here. You're in Walmart. You're literally shoplifting. Oh yeah. See ya. Wait. He also said there's sometimes a difference between what people present themselves as and who they really are. And that's exactly how they lure girls like me into their homes on the pretext of something innocent. I don't know exactly what that family's deal was, if that person was down there of their own free will, or if something much, much darker was going on. All I know is that it made me much more careful when it came to the kind of jobs that I took before eventually making it. All I know is that it made me much more careful when it came to the kind of jobs I took, before eventually making me give it up altogether. Most homes are filled with good people, but find that 1 in 1,000 or 1,000,000 or whatever it might be, and you don't get out alive, if you even get out at all. Joel's thoughts on the whole ceremony for the birth of Peppa Pig's new sibling? What? There was like a ceremony? Was it kind of like the same ceremony of the opening of CERN? They did like the Brahma god of destruction dance. Welcome the Antichrist, Peppa Pig's little sister, Pigatha. Her name, Shiva, sorry. Pig Shiva. Pig of destruction. Heard of the T-app. Dating horror stories might plummet a bit. T-app. Dating stories might plummet a bit. Wait, what is it? Everybody's going to find their perfect match and they won't even have a date anymore. Wait, what's the T-app? Dating safety platform focused on helping women assess the trustworthiness of their online matches and They just have like a bunch of guys in like a warehouse, like strapped to like machines, just completely naked. This one is deemed to be safe. Let him go on a date to get ramen. Like moves the conveyor belt. Maybe you can get one with like a few more inches. A few more inches would mean that they're slightly potentially more dangerous and horny. I'll deal with it. Just like sifting through people's bodies as you like swipe. All right, I'm gonna go take my magnesium. Well, actually, I think I might make some tea. But I will be right back, guys. Talk amongst yourselves. Be sure to go check out the new Twist of History, linked above. We got 2 new, my magnesium injection. We got 2 new episodes on there, really interesting stories. But I'll BRB, all right. Thank you.
I've got my rat poison.
A lot of people ask me, Mr. Let's Read, Is this a safe space? I say no, motherfucker. I'm gonna reach through that fucking screen and I'm gonna grab you by the bow tie right now and pull you through. You ain't safe at all, boy. Oh, alright, guys. What's Papa Lapadopodis? The room under the basement is called a sub-basement. Did you ever see that one video of that one chick who's like using excavators and all sorts of like crazy underground equipment to build like a tunnel through her basement? I don't know exactly where it goes, but it seems like it just goes deeper and deeper, Minecraft style, into the ground. And it's, I don't know, it's awesome. Yeah, I think she built it. Built all the structures, all the stuff, and then eventually like the local municipality asked her if she could maybe stop. The dude who made a doomsday hideout and he accidentally killed a dude working there when there was a fire and no fire exits. Oh damn, that sucks. Whoopsies. Your Honor. Whoopsie. Your Honor. My bad. Alright. We got one more story here. And then we'll get you on your way. I guess this one's about as long as the previous one. Your Honor, let me get a propaganda at them hoo-has. Alright. Without boring you with all the minor details, I ended up in some unfortunate employment circumstances back when I was in my mid-20s. I turned to Craigslist to solve my money problems. Problems. Bah. Sorry. I got one of those like sort of nighttime cocoa teas, but it's got like a shit ton of stuff in it. But I kind of don't know if it's better to take that or take something in a capsule so the capsule dissolves more, not in your stomach acid, but actually in your intestine. Yeah, it is like it's sort of like a mud water type thing, but for nighttime stuff. I forget what it's called. Last call. Oh, I guess it is working, maybe. Or maybe I'm just tired as fuck. I feel like I have not been sleeping well at all. It's bad. It's like I go to bed late after the stream and then my body just like wakes up really early. And I've slept for like 4.5 hours. And then I'm just like, well, here we go. Without boring you with all the minor details, I ended up in some unfortunate employment circumstances back when I was in my 20s, and I turned to Craigslist to solve my money problems. I know a lot of you might be thinking, well, no wonder you ended up with a scary story, but honestly, it was a pretty sweet gig for a while. I posted just about everywhere, advertising. Do you take naps? No, because it's like, when do you take a nap? You know what I mean? And if I take a nap, it's gonna turn into like an 8-hour nap. That probably just makes the sleep even worse. I think if I do take a nap, I have to take it on a couch, because if it's in the bed, it's going to go forever. But if it's on the couch, it's like guaranteed at least an hour. Dr. Creepin. I did collaborate with Dr. Creepin a few times in the past. It's been a while. I know a lot of you might be thinking, well, no wonder you ended up with a scary story. But honestly, it was a pretty sweet gig for a while. I posted just about everywhere, advertising just about any kind of service that kept me fully clothed and out of jail. And to my surprise, the thing that really took off was the courier service I offered. I got a call from a guy who sold what I lovingly call nerd stuff. He imported rare video games and trading cards from Japan, sought out rare consoles, hardware, and prototypes in the US, and then sold them to collectors around the tri-state area. He made a lot of money doing it, but he didn't have the time or the employees to get all his deliveries done without a little help. And that is how he ended up becoming a regular customer of mine. I supplemented my between jobs income with other stuff, but my nerd guy would call at least once or twice a week, and by month 2 of being out of work and relying on Craigslist, I was basically working for this dude on a regular part-time basis. He even used to tip me sometimes when he made a big sale, and for the most part, all the deliveries he sent me on went... Okay. Butt mud. Oh my god. I've been stricken with the tired. He even used a tip. Whoops. It's not funny. He even used to tip me sometimes when he made a big sale, and for the most part, all the deliveries he sent me on went nice and smoothly. Except this one delivery which almost went spectacularly wrong. So every now and then my nerd guy would trust me with the delivery of something big, and said half the reason he tipped me is because I did my job and delivered the card or game or whatever instead of just stealing it. He was paying me about $20 for local deliveries, more for ones that were further out. He gave me just the tip. He was paying me about $20 for local deliveries, more for ones that were further out, but God damn it. My throat. He was paying me about $20 for local deliveries, more for ones that were further out, but the cards that I was delivering were worth hundreds of dollars to the right people. I didn't have any inclination to rob this poor guy, I just wanted an honest pay for honest work, but he appreciated the honesty nevertheless. But the trust that formed also led him to trust me with more and more valuable items, until this particular time when he said the card in my possession was worth almost $1,000. The high-value stuff didn't bother me. I don't mean to sound cruel, but I was delivering a lot of out-of-shape nerbs. What a nerb. Also, Pradeep's a nerb right now, taking a poop. A poop nerb. I hate when I have a full day of work dreams that wake up and have to actual work. Those are literally the worst. Oh my god, full day of work dreams. Yeah, that is kind of insane. Just like the most normal, mundane, boring existence dream ever. And nothing cool happens. Slice of pizza, slice of cake. Oh man, dude. I wonder if you could make, I guess that would just basically be lasagna, but just like a pizza that's the size of a cake. Dude. That's what I gotta do for my birthday, just eat disgusting food. guess that's what everybody should just do every day. Every day's your birthday. Lasagna. Okay. The high-value stuff didn't bother me. I don't mean to sound cruel, but I was delivering to a lot of out-of-shape nerds that barely saw sunlight. Even if they did pull a gun on me and try to rob the card or whatever it was, I don't think they'd have the strength to pull the trigger or the eyesight to even hit me. No, I'm kidding, of course, but you get my point. I wasn't scared of getting robbed. Not until my nerd guy said something about me having to be careful. I asked why I'd need to be careful, and he told me no particular reason. It was just a little... It was just a Oh yeah, make a pizza pie. A pie with pizza ingredients. That does sound good. What if you mixed like apple pie filling with like pizza ingredients? Do you think it would taste disgusting? Now honestly think about it. Christy, you're the in-house culinary expert. There's probably a science, in my opinion, and listen, there's probably a science to like the cross hatching. Oh, now you're grossed out? Alright, listen, there's probably a science to the cross hatching of your flavonoids on your tongue. I feel like there's got to be something in the same way that there's like a science to picking out the color that you're going to paint your room at Lowe's. There's got to be something where if you mix this sort of savory with this sort of sweet... I mean, yeah, if pineapple exists on pizza, there's no reason you couldn't put fucking apple slices or apple filling pie. I think we're on to something, guys. I think we're on to something. Kiwi? I don't know about kiwi. That's kind of fucked up, dude. I asked why I'd need to be careful, and he told me no particular reason. It was just a delivery to a new address, so we weren't familiar with the buyer. I asked if he thought the guy might try and rob me, and he said no, but he also then asked if I was armed during the deliveries. I said, hell no, dude, I don't need to be, do I? At which point he shrugged and said, maybe. You should think about it. And there was no way that I was risking gun charges just to... Okay, I have a feeling that I'm going to start with this story on the video, honestly. There was no way that I was risking gun charges just to deliver this dude's Pokemon cards, and the way he talked had me assuming that he was just exaggerating the risk to sound cool. It turns out, he was actually kind of right. The buyer asked to meet me in the parking lot of a 7-Eleven, which was apparently just around the corner from his apartment. He didn't want to give his exact address. Because he had a collection worth hundreds of thousands, so he'd only meet me in the 7-Eleven parking lot, he said. Now right away I'm thinking, I don't like this. The meet was a public space, well lit too, but that wouldn't matter to some crackhead who'd worked out that robbing card couriers could bag him a heck of a lot of money. And the amount of time that I was left waiting had me on edge too, because most buyers were super excited to get their cards or games or merch or whatever, and never left you hanging for long. But I was due to meet this guy at 4:30, and by 5:10 it was almost dark and he still hadn't showed. I got even more on edge when some shirtless homeless dude started practicing his kung fu over by a dumpster, because if he started practicing it on my car, then we were going to have problems. Not just for the obvious reasons either, but because it might mess up the... Damn. Dude, every time I'm like on a freaking roll and then I just run into a rock. Sippy, okay. Good call. Sippers. Honestly, what drink do you think quenches thirst the most? I think Sprite. I think Sprite mixed with codeine is quite the thirst quencher. Jizz. Like Cum shot? Big fat load of cum then. Same Sprite. How many gifters do we have tonight? I think there's been like 10, well, maybe 5, or your boss wants to fight Bam Margera. I thought Bam Margera was like on a spiritual awakening of sorts or something. He was doing well. Lemonade, coconut water, H2O, water, lemonade, coconut water, lasagna water. If you mess up again, Joel, I'm confiscating your vibrating shower head. No, yeah. Splooge. Lemonade also, yes. Rum cola is still the best drink. Jizz is too sour. Diet Dr. Pepper. Oh yeah, dude, hell yeah. Wait, no frowns. Did you say you like the zero sugar version? Because in my opinion, the zero sugar Diet Dr. Pepper is the best. Throat spray from James Charles. White Claw. These are some good selections. Not just for the obvious reasons either, but because it might mess up the delivery. I told myself just a few more minutes and then I was driving back to my nerd guy and chalking it up to a no-show. But then just as the streetlights flickered on, some dude in a hoodie and a baseball cap started walking over... But then just as the streetlights flickered on, some dude in a hoodie and a baseball cap started walking over to my car, very sketchy-like. And I'm looking at this dude thinking, you do not look like my usual customer. But after he slides into my passenger seat and I make sure his money's good, I gave him his card and it was like I'd handed him a holy relic. Sorry, I don't know what the fuck. I don't know. I feel like I get worse at reading as time goes on, and I don't quite know. I don't know. It's been a long fucking day of... My brain is drained. The brain drain has occurred. Brain drain. Do jumping jacks. Oh, I feel like that might make it worse. I'm looking at this dude thinking, you do not look like my usual customer. But after he slides into my passenger seat and I make sure his money's good, I gave him his card and it was like I'd handed him a holy relic. His eyes lit up as he looked at it through the plastic wrapper, and I was silently mad at myself for assuming this guy was some scumbag when his money was good and he was actually kind of cool. And just before we got out of my car, he pointed towards the homeless guy and says, "Is that dude with you?" And I just sort of scoffed and said no, but told him he was a great entertainment while I waited. And then after thanking me for the delivery, the guy got out of my car and started walking back towards the 7-Eleven. I started my car, put it into drive, and then right when I did, the buyer yelled something at the homeless guy, did a kung fu... What? Oh. What is happening, dude? It's a kung fu story. Coke has mastered zero. Pepsi still has some work to do. That's true. That is true. Pepsi definitely does. Yeah, that's kind of weird, actually. Why does Pepsi? Maybe it's because it has to be way more sweeter. Mud water of some kind. Yeah, let me find the one that I was drinking. Oh, bro, that's what... Honestly, I could see Mr. Ballen pulling this off, but he definitely needs to, like, make some type of sleep formula of sorts. That would guaranteed be great. It's called Moon Brew. Moon Brew Nighttime Magnesium Hot Cocoa. I feel like there's 10,000 different versions of the same thing, but I just wanted to try this one, and it seems pretty fine. It's moonshine. Make your own. It does taste good, you know. So let me get another sip here. Yeah, you know, tastes like watered down chocolate. It's warm, so that's fine. Honestly, it could benefit from maybe some cinnamon or some shit just to kind of like tie it together. Moon brew. What a time to be alive. What does it do for you? I don't know. It's supposed to just like make you sleepy. I started my car, put her into... Oh, also, speaking of moon water, my one friend legitimately does put like a big jug, like a clear jug and like glass of water out under a full moon, like throughout the night. And then he keeps the water and like drinks it or something like that, or I don't know, does different shit with it throughout the month. Don't forget to charge your moon water. Don't forget to bring a towel. That's not part of the story. But it's a witch's trick. Do you think he's a witch? Do you think I have a witch friend? What? He's a witch? What does that mean, though? Oh no, dude. Your friend is a witch. Oh my god, everybody's saying he's a witch. Alright, we're looking this up. What does that mean? He does like some like new age shit, but he never does a proper job. He never does a proper job of explaining to me like what he's witching about. I mean, he's definitely very hippie-esque, Pagan, not a witch. Why do people put water out under the moon? To absorb the moon's energy, right? But I mean, is that like only witches do that? Like, do you think he's gonna fly away on a broom or some shit and get a splinter in his ass? Spiritual cleansing, charging. Believers in metaphysical or new age practices think the moon has energetic properties. Water is said to absorb the energy of the moon, especially during a full moon with the moon's energy strongest. Cleansing crystals, ritual baths, water plants with intention, drinking with caution if it's clean and safe. Oh yeah, apparently the moon doesn't kill bacteria. Anointing and blessing spaces or objects. Intention setting. People place water out while meditating or setting intentions, believing that the moonlight charges the water with those intentions. This is often part of manifestation rituals. Pagan or Wiccan traditions. In many pagan or Wiccan paths, moon phases are important. Full moons represent culmination, charity, and power. Moon water is a way to capture the lunar energy for use throughout the month. Symbolic connection with nature. It's also a way to connect with natural cycles. I don't know, guys. I don't know about all that. But that being said, what does he believe? Because if he believes in like supercharging his moon water, does that mean he's like into other stuff that I'm like unawares of? That could be bad. Like, does he eat human flesh? Because that's what I've heard the witches do. They get eye of newt, toe of baby, pube of garbage man. Does he have a black cat? No, but I do. Maybe that's why he talks to me. He has dogs. Leg of a gay lizard. Plump BBL of a James Charles. Where did I meet him? I've just known him forever. I don't even remember how we met. He could just incorporate witchy practices into his life but not identify as one. Okay. I know he's into some new age shit, but like he does a terrible job explaining it. And it's almost like to the point that he's like not trying to tell me. He's like, fucking, Gator, Mercury's in Gatorade, and it's just things get a little crazy sometimes, man. Well, that's what I'm wondering. What could the weirdest stuff be? You guys have to tell me. You guys are all witches in the chat. Only witches in chat, by the way. I need to know what your, I need to know your deepest, darkest secrets. It's a big spectrum. It's a big love on the spectrum. Okay. A man witch. A man witch is literally that. It's just a man witch. And if he lives on the beach, he's a sandwich. I started my car, put her into drive, and then right when I did, the buyer yelled something at the homeless guy, did a few kung fu moves back at him, and then started walking away laughing to himself. He was making fun of him all right, but it wasn't malicious, almost playful. He wasn't making fun of him, but it wasn't malicious. Wait, oops. He was making fun of him all right, but it wasn't malicious, more playful than anything else. But the homeless guy did not see it that way, and after giving the buyer a death stare for a few seconds, he starts rummaging in the dumpster like he's looking for something. I stopped to watch him from my driver's seat, kind of thinking, okay, why do I really not like the look of this? And then that gut feeling explained itself when the homeless dude pulls out a machete out of the dumpster and started running full speed at the buyer, who had absolutely no idea what was coming. I honked my horn 3 times very quickly, trying to alert the buyer what was coming up for him. Blood soup. He gives him one bopping on the head. Ew, dude. I still remember there was like some weird video, like people in a gas station, and like some psychopath was like in the gas station but had like one of those fire axes. I don't even know what like someone yelled something at them and then they just like took a swing at the person's head with the fire axe. But you know what I mean? It was like one of those things where it's not like the movie where it just like immediately sticks in their head and they're like, ugh, and then they die. It was like getting hit in the head with like a blunt. Oh, it might have been a hatchet. It might have been a hatchet, dude. It was a crazy video. Maybe not a hatchet. I don't know. It was like something where like it didn't stick into their head, but like it was like they got hit with like a blunt object and it was scary. Dude, the Juggalos are out. Full moon. Let them hang. I honked my horn 3 times real fast, trying to alert the buyer I'm struggling. I honked my horn 3 times real fast, trying to alert the buyer to what was coming for him. Then when he realized what was happening, he freaked out so hard that he fell right on his face trying to get a sprint going. I guess instinct kicked in for me because out of nowhere, I'm putting my foot down and just sending it towards this homeless dude. He sees the headlights, and then he's almost like a deer, freezes, and then the next thing, wham, and he just sort of disappears from view. The first thought that comes into my head is, holy shit, I think I just killed a guy. And people are now coming out of the store and freaking out thinking I just murdered this dude out of nowhere. I opened the... Having premonitions while also having OCD is torture. What? What are your premonitions about? And what do you mean? Like, what would having a premonition and OCD, what would be the interference there? The Final Destination shit. You're like, I have to get off this roller coaster or we're gonna die, but I also need to touch all 9 seats before I go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah! It's my birthday, May 28th. It is June 4. It's gonna be freaking sick, dude. Hey, Jeremy, what's up, dude? Sorry about last stream. My internet just like cut out for no reason. It was stupid. Your premonitions are just disorganized. Yeah. You're like, I'm not sure if that was a premonition or like a memory from earlier in the day. It was just me taking a shit, I guess. Got some of that agent info for you. Oh, thank you, Jeremy. Oh, also, Jeremy, I don't know if you saw pretty exciting news I wanted to share. Up linked at the top is you probably have heard of Mr. Ballen with Ballen Studios, but they have brought me on to host a new podcast called A Twist of History, and there's 2 episodes on podcast. Right? Nice, you saw. Okay, sick. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, my email. I can just type it. I can be typing that into the chat. Let's read some. It's also located in the description of most of the videos too, in case that gets. I know that's like a lot of letters. Sometimes I feel like it's way too messy for an actual email. But thank you. Yeah, that's. I don't know. A lot of exciting stuff going on. No Sleep Podcast, Mr. Ballen. Ah, I'm freaking out, man. Okay. Luckily, he jumps right away and lets everyone know what happened and how this crazy wait. Some people were yelling. Oh, open the door and got out. Oh, literally the first. Okay, right here. Freak out. Literally the first thought that comes into my head is, holy shit, I think I just killed a guy. And people are now coming out of the store and freaking out, thinking I just murdered this dude out of nowhere. I opened up the door and got out to see the damage, and the shirtless homeless dude is just splayed on the concrete. And this is a bunch of blood. Sorry. This is a bunch of blood. This is Audible. Did you guys ever listen to a book on Audible and it's like every one of them starts the same? This is Audible. Right after I listen to Twist of History. Thank you. Yeah, dude, it's good. Like I'm like genuinely very stoked for it because everyone on the team is like super talented, good writers, good editors, good me. Yeah, that's stuck in your head. Yeah, that's funny. This is Audible. And at the end, what do they say? It's like, thank you for, I don't know. I'm like wondering if it just sounds like it's so old-timey. It's great. Okay, I opened up the door and got out to see the damage, and the shirtless homeless dude is just splayed on the concrete. Fucking hairy nuts hanging out. This a bunch of blood leaking out of, oh, there's a bunch of blood. There's a bunch of blood leaking out of his head. Really like Mr. Ballen. Yeah, he's great, man. Super awesome guy. I opened up the door and got out to see the damage, and the shirtless homeless dude is just splayed on the concrete. There's a bunch of blood leaking out of a gash to his head. Some people are yelling for someone to call 911, while others are walking up to me saying, "What the hell did you just do?" and thinking I tried to run the buyer down too. Luckily, he jumps in right away and lets everyone know what happened and how this crazy shirtless dude had been hiding a goddamned machete in the dumpster, probably just waiting for someone to mess with him. The cops showed up quick, then the paramedics, and when they took the homeless dude away, he was still out of it. He was detained in the parking lot until the cops reviewed the security camera footage in the 7-Eleven, and then once they saw me and the buyer were telling the truth about what had happened, they said I was free to go. I ended up going into the 7-Eleven to buy a pack of smokes, which was me quitting
quid pro quo, which was me quitting smoking for like quitting smoke. Oh, like where you don't, it's pretty much where you start smoking cigarettes again. Jeremy, have you seen I Think You Should Leave on Netflix? I don't know if you like kind of more absurd, crazy humor. It's basically just like a skit comedy show, but just like with stuff that you would think of when you're in like middle school, but it's still hilarious. Tim Robinson is so goddamn funny. Machete in the dumpster. Not yet. Check it out. Okay, yeah, it's good. It's good if you like just absolute insanity. It's perfect. Did you see the man who got his nuts stuck on a plastic chair? I did see it, because I am him, and they're still stuck in there. I'm waiting. Nice, yeah. Tim rocks, man. Quinch quiddy. Will wheaten. 100 pizzas, 100 pies, 55 sodas, 55 fries, 155 tater tots. I ended up going into the 7-Eleven to buy a pack of smokes, which was me quitting smoking for like the 7th time, and as I bought the pack, the guy behind the counter said I was a hero. He said it was him who showed the cops the footage, and if it wasn't for me, the buyer would have been screwed. That shirtless homeless guy had been hanging around the store for months, and given his history of threatening interactions, both he and his coworkers agreed it was only a matter of time before he did something serious. That was kind of reassuring, but that wasn't reassuring. Oh, whoops. Dude, God, I wish I could just like turn into Goku so bad, man, and just fucking power up and fly away. That was kind of reassuring, but what wasn't reassuring was something one of the cops said to me before I was free to leave. He said I was probably going to get a call from a detective, in which case I should lawyer up before talking to anyone, especially if that guy dies. Well, lucky for me, the homeless dude didn't die. He had to have his head put back on, and he spent a couple of days in the hospital being sewn back together like some sort of fucking Frankenstein doll freak. Okay, that's not what it said. 5,000 tater tots. He was... After his brains leaked out, they put tater tots in his head and filled in the missing spots. Well, lucky for me, the homeless dude didn't die. He had to have his head stitched up, and he spent a couple of days in the hospital before being released. But after that, he disappeared, so there was no pressing charges. Damn it, dude. Every time I highlight something, it's like a big pop-up comes up that blocks the screen. A snack or two in the basement wouldn't kill you, would it? No, dude, I wish I had snacks. The fucking rats eat them all. It'd be kind of funny every time you sit down to like eat a Chipotle bowl, just a swarm of rats come and just devour it. Like, fuck. Okay. But after that, he disappeared and there was no pressing charges. I still had to talk to the cops again just to get the story straight, but after that, they told me I was home free and that I wouldn't be hearing from them again. That was a huge relief because for a while, I was convinced that this sick twist of fate was going to occur where... Sorry. God damn it, what the hell was that? Some sort of demon. Some sort of disgusting... belly demon.
Homer burp. That was kind of Homer. Oh, man. I wish I would have watched more Simpsons growing up. And what I mean by that is I know I can watch it now, but sometimes you just you kind of wish something was imparted on you as a child so that you really, really appreciated it and then now get to look back on it in a sort of a nostalgic identity sense. Unfortunately, I missed that window for old homie and the gang. Speed run the fridge. I really do sometimes, man. There's so much random shit in there. Severed heads and whatnot. Eye of Newt. Moon water. I'm too lazy to even put my moon water out to collect any energy. It's just sitting in there. Just a big bowl of fucking gross stagnant water for months. No moon energy at all. That was a huge relief because for a while, I was convinced that... Oh my God. If I can't read the rest of this paragraph in one go, I'm deleting my YouTube channel. That was a huge relief because for a while, I was convinced that this sick twist of fate was going to occur where my attempt to save a person's life had destroyed my own. Thankfully, that didn't happen, and nothing that wild ever happened again on any other delivery. But even today, with the large homeless population around here, I still find myself getting super on edge whenever Fuck. I gotta delete it. I gotta delete all of it. 10 years of work, pissed down the drain because I challenged myself, and I'm a man of my word, so goodbye. Bye. It's over. It's over. Alright, well, at least 10 lashings. That actually would be... I wonder... I could get a self-flagellation, little whip. Nah, I probably shouldn't do that. I already have too many, I already bought, a flute earlier. Thankfully, that didn't occur, and nothing that wild ever happened again on any other delivery. But even today, with a large homeless population around here, I still find myself getting super on edge whenever I see one crashing out. I know they're not all bad, and that life just beats some people down, but I think we can all agree that people with nothing left to lose can be very, very dangerous. Can have really, really cool dreads. Alright, dudes. 10 more lashings. For every gifted sub, I will lash myself. Angels and demons style. Honestly, I only saw that movie one time, but whatever that dude was as a sort of antagonist, it really stuck with me. Just that devotion to the plan, the hating himself or whatever, the self-flagellation, and then I think at the end he lights himself on fire or some shit. I don't know, there was something so ominous but so intense about that character. I have to go back and watch that movie. Silas, yeah. What was his whole shtick? He was just into that stuff? The Da Vinci Code. Okay, for some reason I thought it was the sequel that he was in that. I think I only saw one of them. There's a wee lad. Okay, oh yeah, Google. Gotta go to my Google Docs. My brain sometimes can't focus when I'm watching TV, so I just get up and start cleaning. Yeah, I think that's the best part about podcasts, is that you can just dual wield your activities. You can clean, you can drive, but you can keep your brain entertained. You can dissect. All right. Oh yeah, there we are. Yeah, long form content. Yeah, honestly, like sometimes, like I do enjoy YouTube Shorts, and the fact that a lot of it is like interesting and curated to like based around the long form content that I normally watch, and then sometimes you can be into a clip and like the link is right there to take you to the long form. But there's something like oddly very, very frustrating to me about short form content, and I don't just mean that in the sort of morally superior sense. I mean it in the sense that like when I scroll through short form content, it doesn't make me feel addicted. It makes me feel frustrated. It makes me feel like I don't even want its dopamine. Like mainly because it's so hard. Because if you think about it, every little piece of short you take in is like absorbing a whole new storyline. You have to absorb it really quickly. You have to take it in. You have to immediately, partake in its sense of reality that it's presenting. And then for some reason, people's brains are so capable of like immediately, I guess like in a weird method acting way, like put themselves in the scenario of whatever the fuck the short is talking about, and therefore then go into the comments section to leave like a frustrated comment or a lol, did you see this part at 0.1 seconds? But it's when you're almost like too overstimulated with shit, it's almost frustrating, and you just want to like fucking throw your phone into the litter box. What is brain? Also, would anybody like to think? Yeah, the long form is nice. It lets you get into the topic and absorb it. Jeremy, would you like to think of a funny thing for me to say at the end of this video? You might be familiar with the outros. Feel free to pick something. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations and release... Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. I guess at the end of the stream, or at the end of the episode, I'm going to be showing people a snippet of the twist of history. Well, either way, I might as well just read this just to have it available. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. EST, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the YouTube channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends, and I'll see you again soon. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, and yeah, thank you so much for emailing me too, Jeremy. I really appreciate that. I look forward to that. And crazy week. Really thankful, feeling blessed. Guys, thanks for hanging out. Check out as well as Mr. Ballen. And otherwise, I will go ahead and get this. Wait, is it ending? Oh no! What? What? Crap. Oh, it's back. What happened? Stream is quality is good. Okay. Okay, good. I was going to say a bad word. Yeah, I guess it wouldn't be a bad time to cut out, but I don't know. You pay for the best internet and it just stinks butt all the time, so whatever. Anyways, yeah, guys, thank you again, and yeah, falling into the abyss. But I hope you guys have a great night wherever you are in the world. And yep, we'll get this up on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for early access, and then I will get it up on YouTube, same time, same place, 9 p.m. EST, Mondays and Thursdays. Love you guys. Appreciate you. I'll catch you on the flippity floppy. Adios.